I hit the wrong music button. How's it going, folks? Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and welcome back for another Thursday night paint and chill and BS stream. It feels like forever since we've done one of these. Maybe because, well, I don't know, just probably the weather, right? So, how's everybody doing out there in TV land? I'm looking at two, three, about 10 minis left on my immediate pile of shame, and then the other various piles of shame out there. I'm going to try and get these done tonight. Almost done with this guy. It's a dwarf on a polar bear. So, how's everybody doing? Sent the link out to the usual Motley crew. They know who they are. And for those of you who I didn't send the link out to, if you find the link in the general tab in my Discord, you are more than welcome to come on down and be the next contestant on the whatever the hell this is. I know DM James is doing a show right now with Doc Flamingo, and not sure who else. I saw that earlier this afternoon. So if you're over there, what are you doing with your life? Get your ass over here. Right, guys? This is where the cool kids hang out. James, that rifle you showed off tonight, I know it's 3D printed and it's solid resin and just a prop, but man, pretty freaking sweet. I am surprised that it arrived in intact from all the way over there where you got it from, but man, that is a thing of beauty. Let's see who we got in the chat tonight. Justin, what's up? Justin, why are you not grabbing the link that I shipped off an engraved invitation to you? What's up, Dirty Basement Terrain? How you doing? I had a kind of busy day. I'm still waiting for my earlier video to upload, so I don't know what's up with that. YouTube has been really, really slow on the uploads lately. I finished the video 2 hours ago, and as soon as I finished recording it, I put it right up there. Nope, YouTube it's still pending. It was a review of Wretched Apocalypse by the Red Room. I thoroughly enjoyed it. If you are into apocalyptic gaming, even if you're playing Gamma World, I definitely would recommend it. At the very least as a source book. It's got a lot of really cool info. And if you're not big on the game system itself, it still lots of great info. It's a little over 300 pages. And, if you think about like Gamma World, if you compiled everything from any one edition other than, I want to say, 5th edition, that's more pages and more content than everything the previous editions have done. Hey, Twin, how you doing? Sorry I haven't seen you in a couple of days. I've been super busy. Mercurius, welcome to the show. Hello, sister. It's your birthday coming up soon, right? So happy birthday, sir. I no royalty here. I'm just a regular guy, like any other guy. I put my pants on by physically teleporting into them. That's how it does it, right? I'm glad to hear that, Twin. Thanks. You always say something like that. You've got nice hair too. Don't sell yourself short. I'm just too lazy to go get it cut. And with the thing we had a couple of years ago, we couldn't go to the barber shop, and I said, you know what? I've had long hair most of my life. Might as well just let it go and see what happens. And thankfully, it's not all gray like this stuff here. Do I have people in my? I do. I think Justin is trying to get his ass in here. Sorry, Justin. Spacing and doing dumb things. What's happening, man?
Nothing much.
Yeah. Have a good
You
day.
know me. I live laid back.
You live what?
Laid back?
Yeah, that's what I thought. You just sounded a little, honestly, a little grouchy. Just gonna say it.
No, no, no.
Okay, all right.
I'm not
We got no,
grouchy.
we got no room for grouchy.
I'm morose. There's a
Morose.
difference.
Yeah. Well,
You should know your full panoply of emotions. It helps you write better.
hunger, exhaustion, rage, horniness. Did I say hunger? Yeah, all five. Right.
Yeah, if you list hunger twice.
Right. What else is there? You got time for that other one? What sadness I hear about? Got no time for that. Disappointment. That's a given. That goes with everything else. The meal's not cooked right, etc. I would say something, but I'm gonna be polite. Um, so you get anything done today, or you just chilling like a villain?
I had some meetings with work.
Gotcha.
That's it.
Yeah,
Told some people what to do. Got told what to do.
that's life.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have any of that, but well, I get to tell people what to do. It's usually leave me the hell alone. I'm busy, unless it's Jackie, of course.
Then it's leave me the
In
hell
which case,
alone. You're
it's,
busy.
pardon?
And in that case, it's leave me the hell alone. You're busy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh,
Get back to the yard.
yeah, I was trying to get him to do it on his first day of vacation tomorrow. He's like, "Nah, I probably won't be here." I'm like, "I don't remember giving you permission to leave. The hell do you think you are?" Alex is
How
going to be leaving
personal.
in a few days, and I'm bound and determined to get one more free lawn mowing out of the little munchkin.
Hmm. I am very disappointed though. I broke my cup.
So you mean angry?
No,
No,
disappointed.
because you did it or somebody else did it.
I did it.
Your favorite
I
cup kind of thing, or
no. It's just it had the ridges on it, so I could just dangle it between the fingers without worrying about slipping.
mm-hmm.
Um, which meant I could put it under the water tap and just hit the button with
Gotcha.
one hand.
I, I,
This one's
I,
too
I, I
wide,
was
and
I was thinking about it the other day when you guys were talking about glass and metal, and I just know as soon as I go out and buy something that I'm comfortable with or like appreciate whatever you want to call it, Grandma's just gonna break them,
hmm
grind them down into powder, and put them in my food.
yeah, well, you can get one of these metal.
Yeah, I'm just I want I'm
Maybe.
kind of gonna hold off until I get the crunchy ice machine so that because like right now this one's like half frozen solid where it's perfect,
Yeah.
and I don't like ice cube trays. Plastic tastes like crap. Metal's a pain in the ass. Silicon, haven't tried. Maybe that'd be better,
Mm,
but I want something that since I'm going to use purified water, I want something that's going to be good. So I figure, what?
yeah.
And with the weather the way it's been, I kid you not, it was midnight and it was 80 degrees outside.
Mm, it's hot. Yeah. You know what happened is I put the cup here. Put the cup here on the table, right?
Mm,
And it's right up against the shelf. Then I reached over to grab something, and the glue bottle, right?
hmm
The plastic cement glue bottle fell off the shelf and took a chunk out of the
The lip.
yeah the tumbler. And it's like the glass in the tumbler is thicker than the glass in the plastic cement jar, but I guess the annealing process is better in the manufacture of those things because
Probably
the uh the glass tumbler like fractured. It looked like, when you have broken ice, it's got like fingers, doesn't break smooth. It looked like
spider
that.
webs.
Yeah. Well, I threw it out already, but like there were toothpicks of glass sticking out of the jar, jagged opening. Like a very weird break. I've never seen glass break that way before.
That's weird. What's up,
Yeah.
TCG?
TCG. Uh,
I'm still waiting for that dang video to up. Looks like it's finally kind of up. That's gay.
what
Oh, I
the?
recorded a video of the Red Room's Wretched Apocalypse at about uh, over 2 hours ago. And it was a 20-minute video, and I uploaded it the second it was done, and it's just now, I guess, ready to watch. In the old
Yeah.
days, and by the old days I mean like 2 months ago, it would take a minute, 1-to-1 ratio, 10-minute video, 10 minutes to upload. Now it's
It's bandwidth during peak seasons because there's a metric you can look up for YouTube on how long it takes things to upload during different times of the year and different times of the day, and depending on where you are. So you could just have been hitting the sweet spot for most of your uploads.
or you mean the exact opposite of the sweet spot? Like,
Well, this time the exact opposite. But no, it used to be you'd upload like a 10-minute video and it would take you 2 hours, 2 hours for it to.
yeah, I remember there were some times we had that issue.
Yeah,
A couple of times where 24 hours it still wasn't up.
yeah.
I'm like, what the
The
frick?
the 2 hours used to be the like standard. Like that was the fast time for
Wow.
a long time on YouTube.
God, imagine having to be on that kind of a schedule.
Well, it's automated, right? So you just
No, I mean like
set it and forget it and hope it
like
doesn't
some of the
fail.
other YouTubers that put up like 5 videos a day.
That was
You-
less common 10 years ago, right? So yeah, and all you would be hoping is it didn't fail because it used to be video uploads would fail a lot too.
I've got a
Um,
couple videos on the back end here that never went up, and we can't delete it, which is weird.
that's odd. You're just not finding the settings then because
It's right there. You just hit delete, and it says failed to delete.
mm,
And we've only had that
contact
happen a couple
support.
of times. We had this one video that took us.
You can just like try uploading it again.
Oh, we re-recorded it, and it was just having such weird. Thanks, twin. Right back. We had all kinds of trouble with this video. It was an Archon studio video, and it wouldn't upload. We had to. It took like days to, a whole day or whatever to try to get it to upload. Didn't work, so we re-recorded it. It finally went up, and then a year later, it's got over 1,000 views. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Anymore, I'm lucky to get a video up every 2 weeks. You know what? If it's quality, that's fine. There's some folks out there, they only put out a video like Wylock's Armory. He puts out one like a month, but it's just,
Mm-hmm.
he's one of the best. When we first started doing this channel, he was one of the channels we would not miss a video. We were talking to him all the time, and then he started going into that cyberpunk thing, and I'm like, not my genre, if you will. It just creeps me out, losing body parts to replace them with machines. Just ugh, just just makes my skin crawl.
Mm-hmm.
Even as a kid, Luke's hand, it was just like, can't you just grow it back? I mean, come on. but that's the thing they were going for. So you know,
Yeah.
although I did see a video last week, I saw this really heartwarming video with Robert Downey Jr. and this little kid who was born without like his right arm or something, and this 3D printer guy made a cyber arm that doesn't have to like be surgically implanted, you know, with all the right
Yeah.
things. And Robert Downey Jr. comes into the kid's house with two suitcases all dressed, Tony Stark-ish, and one for the kid, one for Tony. It just, man, if I could cry, I would have. It was,
If I could cry.
it
Oh.
was, when you get to be a hero on camera, you damn well better act like one in real life. If you get an opportunity
Uh,
like that, you better jump at the opportunity. Just say,
yeah.
but he did it with class, style, and everything you'd expect from the real Tony Stark. I was like, yep, there's
I
still
don't
hope for
know.
this
I
monkey.
don't expect that from Tony Stark. I expect philandering and self obsession. Uh,
Yeah, I know that one clip they took out of the first Iron Man movie. I'm like,
what clip did they take out?
where Tony's walking down like a hallway or something, and telling this girl to bring her girlfriend to come up and visit him. If you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like,
That's classic Tony Stark.
kind of is
Yeah.
that and the. Did you ever read the Demon in the Bottle series where
No.
he was drunk off his ass all the time? That
Hmm.
was that as a kid who had an alcoholic parent, when I saw that and and read through that series, as it was coming out, it was kind of a bold move for Marvel comic books at the time, and I still have it. And it's still one of the most iconic covers of all time. It's got Iron Man's helmet, and Tony's like you can see Tony's reflection in it, and he's all unshaven and just bleary eyed. He's just hammered and demon in a bottle. It was.
Yeah.
I actually saw someone who had taken the cover, and you know how you could take those like wood plaques and then shellac something onto it, make it all shiny, and turn it into like art, I guess. Um, had done that in the comic book store. I'm like, it was pretty
Yeah.
powerful. I mean, I was only 12 or 13 at the time, but I still knew, what was what.
Yeah. 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 They used to do good things every now and then. Uh,
Yeah. Now it's kind
it
of
slipped through the cracks, I guess.
it's
Because
either watered down or got an agenda that's
well,
not
there
everybody's agenda.
there was always an
Oh,
agenda,
you're
but
right. You're right. I've got. There's another one I've got that doesn't have the comic code on it, which was the Death of the Phoenix, of which I have 4 copies. That was a big deal too when she self-deleted to save Scott on the moon when they were trying to trial of the Phoenix, because when she would go all psycho Phoenix, she'd go out and destroy other planets, and they tracked her back down to Earth. And yeah, that was a big deal. And I managed to get that comic book was like huge. It was like the comic book of the year. And I managed to nab 4 copies at a liquor store. It was like a 75-cent issue. And I nabbed 4 copies all at once because I'm like, I knew the comic book world, so to speak. I was still pretty young. But I managed to grab 4 of them, and they went up to $100 like the next week. And I should have sold like 3 of them, because a couple years later they changed stuff. Now you can pick them up for like 10, maybe $20. But I was lucky enough to be working at a comic book store, and Chris Claremont was coming in. So I brought in a copy of that and an Analit pen, and made sure I kept letting people go in front of me, so that I was literally the last person in line, so that I got extra time to sit and chat with him. Plus, I worked at the shop. And he takes the pen and he opens up the cover and he's getting ready to write in. I'm like, no, man, no. It's like, what? I put the cover back down. It's like, on the cover. He's like, oh, really? Yeah, really. I want people to see that as soon as they look at it. They're like, boom. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I've got it in a frame somewhere in a box where it's been since I brought it home. We had a roommate. We used to rent a room, and I had this kid who wanted who was, one of the prospects to rent the room, and he came into the kitchen where I had it in this one area, where when I usually set my laptop down in the kitchen, there's that one little cubby, and
Yeah.
he walks in and he's like what? He's pointing at my comic book. I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh my god, is that a real autograph? I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And so he got the room. If you're going to rent to somebody, make sure you have something to talk about besides just the rent. And
Yeah.
he was probably the best roommate we ever had. Uh,
You you rented out a room. I'm surprised. I'm surprised the wealthiest man I know had to rent out a room.
oh well, it wasn't my idea, and I wasn't always, you know, rolling in dough. And I trust me, I'm really not. I just I've made some smart decisions to make sure that I can
How
live the way I
how
want.
how could you be poor after 20 billion years of life?
Gambling,
Gambling on comic book futures.
speculation. No, no, I despise gambling. Actually, I think the very first person who suggested a wager should have been burned at the stake.
I believe his brother cut his heart out, according to Judaic mythology.
Really, I don't remember that story.
Cain and Abel. That
That's
that
what I
was one
paid.
that was one of the things Cain was upset about. Abel was actually a bad guy. If you're not aware of that.
Want to bet? Ha ha ha! Nice, Mac. Uh, but no, no. I just it's just dumb. I get it. If for the folks that are into it, there's that rush, and all that adrenaline and stuff like that. But I can get that from a lot of other sources, and it won't cost me,
As
as much.
much.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, I bought like one lottery ticket in my life, and I played a couple of games of poker, as a kid, with nickels and dime, crap like that. And that was just, at worst, I lost like 90 cents, and even then it wasn't like, a big deal. But I can't even imagine, losing a thousand bucks or 10,000 bucks at, the flip of a coin. I just,
I used to do the lotto tickets, but I had a policy for every dollar I spent on a lotto ticket, which is usually about $10. I'd put three into a savings account. So
that's not bad.
for every
What's up, Mobius?
yeah.
Yeah, it seems like a dangerous road to go down. Plus, as a kid, like really young, I saw that Twilight Zone with the slot machine, and I watched him, because that show, at the time there wasn't anything that was like that hard hitting when it comes to, social and moral issues and quandaries. And I saw this poor guy, you know, slowly getting sucked into the gambling phenomenon, and I'm like, oh, that doesn't look good at all. I was like 8 or 12 years old, and I'm like, that it spelled it out really really well. And I think that's one of the reasons why the show was so successful, is that it was in your face without being too in your face. But at the end of
Mm.
the 30 or 45-minute episode, you walked away with like, wow, that I'm gonna save that information. I'm gonna learn and grow from that. A lot of things you could literally watch that and not get that from.
Yeah. A lot of the messages were the consequences of excess.
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Usually, like there are certain things to be excessive about, but it was fundamentally that. Where now you see the moral is like pandering to people who are excessive about
Hmm.
things, right? Like it's the exact opposite moral message.
Hmm.
Um,
Or that good is bad and bad is good. I see a
yeah,
lot of that these days. I'm just like,
yeah.
especially I've been watching this YouTube channel, the whatever podcast. You ever watch that?
No.
There's a guy on there, Andrew Wilson. Uh, that guy is friggin' amazing. Even with some of the shit that he's gone through recently, just he's got like a moral compass, just freaking perfectly engraved in freaking adamantium, heading straight north. You know what I'm saying? But yet, he's got a wicked, and I do mean wicked, sense of
The
humor and justice.
whatever podcast.
Yeah. There's also the Crucible. That's where you can just find him by himself. I saw tear apart some Wiccans this morning
Hmm.
that just clearly were just drinking the Kool Aid by the gallon, or had an intravenous drip 24/7. It's just like you guys, you guys are so wacko jacko is unbelievable in the things they believe. I'm not going to get into it, but just I like back when I was a kid, we didn't have the class logic, but my old man did, and he tried to
Yeah.
instill those lessons and those thought processes, how to not just win an argument, but how to look at every situation to weather whatever storm you might come across. And we need to bring that back. We really, really need to bring that back. But
Yeah, definitely. I was actually just talking about that with somebody. I brought
logic.
up that. Well, I mentioned that you said your father had logic class and that you regretted not having it
Oh,
last time you mentioned
absolutely. I
that.
mean, there so many times throughout my life. I've made mistakes that had I, just had a little bit more education when it comes to not what to think, but how to think.
Yeah,
How to
and
critically,
that's by design, right? Like,
clearly.
um, it's just too obvious
Well,
that that
I mean, if you were a, a, a monstrous dictator, it's what you would do. You wouldn't want anybody who could outsmart you or outthink you or outperform you in any way. You'd want a bunch of mindless sheep that would do what you said because
and that's what we have in our society these days.
a huge portion. We're lucky, I think, to be surrounded by some people who are not brain dead. They
Th-
may have some kooky opinions, but for the most part, they have developed the sense, the ability to critically think, to figure out problems on their own without having to type up and look for the answer online. And you know
well,
how
even being smart enough to look up an answer is beyond most people.
you're
Um,
right.
which is sad.
And especially when you've got this supercomputer in your freaking hand that could do all kinds of crazy helpful things, and it's not being used like that. I suppose if it was, you'd probably get on a list for doing so, but
Mm,
I haven't had any knocks at the door, and knock on wood, hopefully I won't get any anytime soon. Or without running to
yeah.
Wikipedia, yeah, I cannot tell you how many times when I used to use it, I'm like, excuse me, guys, I'm like, that's wrong. I know that's wrong. How do I fix that?
Well, you can create a Wikipedia account. and fix things. The problem is Wikipedia has some stupid rules, and it used to be a lot better for fixing things. But it's a converged institution, sadly.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
you've really got to go to more than just one source these days
yeah.
for whatever it is. It doesn't really matter. Compare and contrast, then come up with your own opinion, I guess. Or you're going to flounder all throughout life.
Most people do. Oh God, what are we talking about today? It's just the
Well,
DraftKings
are
channel.
you painting anything right now, or
Um, I'm going through some note ideas for writing. Uh,
I need to do that too. First, I got to
yeah,
write up the recap for the last two games, and that always gets me, in the mood. Exactly, Mac. Original source. If you can find it, though. I mean, sometimes
yeah.
it's not really feasible.
On Mr. Max's personal channel, Max Bovan. We talked about that last night.
Writing.
Pers- first hand sources.
Oh,
Um, because we were talking about you know about a month ago, either you or Bubba brought up a law in Canada, and I sent you the thing that it was wrong. What
uh,
one of you guys said. Then I heard it somewhere else. So I was talking to him about it, and we decided to do a show talking about it, and we mostly were on topic. You know how I
mhm.
am in conversations.
No, you're not the only one.
Yeah,
But I mean, that's that was one of the things I was enjoying about watching Andrew Wilson is the way that show, the whatever podcast and his own show, how they do that. They really make it a point to stay on topic and things like that. And I'm trying to learn some techniques about being diplomatic about that, and not coming across as an ass, which they have no problem doing.
well, sometimes you just got to come across as an ass. Like it's important because you'll have people that are deliberately derailing.
Right, or
Um,
straw manning, or things like that, and
yeah.
I'm not going to put up with any of that crap. I
Um,
was getting into a bit of an argument with the other Raven,
mhm.
and I hope never to bump into that guy ever again. He's got an opinion that just I don't know. He's wrong, and I can prove it, but it's not worth my time.
I don't know.
But he is a friend of James's, so I try to be polite. But and I'm not a BattleTech guy, so I can't like just let it slide because he's a BattleTech guy. Don't get me wrong. I played some BattleTech. I'll probably play some in the future, but I don't put it in the. It's not in my top 10 list of games.
Yeah.
I can see why it would be. You blocked
I
it.
enjoy the lore more than
Yeah, yeah. For me, it literally was that. The books were great.
yeah.
So you see, understand, Mac. He's not my kind of people, and I'll just leave it at that. 'Cause I've yet to. I don't even think I blocked Condor, to be honest.
Condor. Yeah.
I don't think
On
I've ever. Well, I can't say I've never blocked anybody, because clearly you guys have helped me block some trolls, but that's kind of a different thing. It's not.
we're talking
It's
about
not
people.
yeah, right.
Like
Okay.
honestly, it's just like I could dislike you, but you're still a person if you're honest about who you are and what you're talking about. But
Yeah, yeah,
a
you know,
troll will create identities just to fuck with you and be weird. And I have no problem with fucking and being weird, or well, fucking with people are fucking.
right, but I mean, who's got that
Um,
kind of
but
time? Seriously, the guy's got to be under 30 because naps clearly aren't a priority. I would much rather get a good solid hour nap than the most epic of trolls. You know what I mean? How's it going, O'Neill? Welcome to the show.
yeah,
I mean, that's just it's you know, I guess I could kind of picture doing some stuff like that back when I was in college. You know, we pulled some pranks and things like that, but you know, there was always alcohol involved,
yeah.
or just that sort of spirit of youth, just being a troublemaker for the sole
For the sake
purpose of,
of it.
yeah. But that's so far in the past. I mean, I
Um,
could picture going out of my way to to prank like you or Hungar or something like that, but that would
mhm.
be a completely different kind of prank. You know what I mean? Uh,
Yeah,
or it wouldn't even be a prank like that time when I don't know if you were even there. It was on Hungar's show. You guys are calling me Corn Pop. So I went to the grocery store over the weekend so that the following Monday, when Hungar turned on the show and I turned on my camera, I was already sitting there eating a box of corn pops.
I think I saw that. I think
You
I
know,
remember
that's about the extent I'm going to go. And that's more pranking myself if you think about it than
that.
him. But
No, it's a good visual gag. It's solid.
you know, uh, that's about the extent. You know, I might mail you something. Like 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 Death in Space, but
That would be a prank I would find really funny.
but nothing harmful, hateful, or hurtful. Uh,
I don't know. From what you say about Death in Space, it would
well,
probably
yeah.
pass all of those things.
You got me on that one. I admit that. That could traumatize you. I was, I guess, kind of grouchy or feeling things while reading that book. I'm just like, how do you have an entire galaxy where art is no longer a thing?
Well, I didn't think it was the entire galaxy. I thought it was just that solar system, and once you fell into it, you're trapped there.
Take care, Mac.
And
Well,
and
the whole game world. You know what I mean? I mean, even in freaking Water World, that little girl in the crayons, that was actually moving. You know what I mean? Just the natural instinct of humanity. Here you got this, like 8-year-old girl who, gets it. You know what I mean? Understands, the desire to be creative. You know, that was literally one of my favorite scenes in the movie. Was
yeah,
her, just I mean, what would you do in a place like that? You know what I mean?
try and survive. Try and
Yeah,
find a
but
way out.
to what extent would it be just like, yeah,
Well, there can't be no creativity because people are having to kludge disparate parts together to make ships run and stuff. So that is like a creative thing.
mhm.
So
and
like
I'm wondering if I'm conflating one book with another because I have that.
no, 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 no. It talks about the world being desolate in the lore of that book, but it is
Another
you
there's
got you
another
got to
book.
take that as the like the exaggeration of
Well, I picked up
seeing
another game that was very
yeah,
similarly written in the way of the way the
yeah.
world is, the solar system is.
Uh, I
Solar
think
Blade and Cosmic Spells, I think it was,
yeah.
that James L recommended, and it was just like, no. No, come on. You have to have the contrast. You have to have both the light, the darkness, the good and the bad, or even in a world that was all good, which you notice no one's ever really tried to do. We've got grim dark up to our eyeballs, but can you imagine how
But
impressive a purely good society could be?
an excessive utopianistic society.
Right.
Um, well, the thing is, there's no like, there's nothing to strive for in that world, right? What are you
Mhm.
gonna do? Bring evil to it, right? Like in the death and space world, you bring light to it.
You try,
Yeah, you try,
but
and
yeah,
you
yeah.
miserably fail because your name is Shadow and your your greatest skill is.
but yeah, you
Uh,
see what I mean, though. I mean, you could go that route, but nobody has.
yeah, well, the license for Morkborg is open. You got most of the rules there in Death in Space. You can deconstruct it. You can go on the website, get it for free. Take the rules set out and write your
No, I was just
utopian
finding it
Borg.
interesting that
Uh,
of all the game
I
worlds, like
challenge you, Shadow, write utopian Borg.
I'll give that a ponder.
Instead of there being 7 signs of the apocalypse, there are 7 steps to making the perfect world. Uh,
There was a Twilight Zone again, harking back to that, where this guy he's a criminal, right? Did you watch much Twilight Zone?
yeah, but decades ago, and I have a shitty memory, so.
Well, there's this guy. He's like in the story, he's literally dressed like the stereotypical cat burglar. You there?
Yes, yes, I am.
He's like he's got the black turtleneck sweater, the black watch cap, or toque as you guys call him, and he gets shot right in the middle of a crime, right? And he wakes
Yeah,
up. He wakes up and he's in this penthouse, a hotel. Just everything is just going his way. I mean, the women are throwing themselves at him. He's getting comped left and right. He goes to gamble and he just win and win, 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 win. You know, I mean, literally everything is going his way. And do you remember Mr. French from Family Affair? I think it was with Mrs. Beasley,
no, Family
Sebastian Cabot.
Affairs, not a show I watched.
Okay, it, way even before my time kind of show, but
Mm-hmm.
he played the devil, but the guy didn't realize he was in hell.
Mm-hmm.
He thought he was in heaven, but he was like getting kind of tired of everything going his way. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah,
that was how it ended. It's like, what made you think you were in heaven?
yeah.
It was just pure class. But I picture something like that where you know there is no there's no chance of failure. Every you can have whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Kind of like almost like a West world or future world kind of thing.
So your idea of hell is being the only guy at the Playboy Mansion?
That's kind of the way they made it look. He was. The whole world was for him, and everything was just
Yeah.
going to go his way. But because he was a criminal, he didn't want that deep down. He wanted the challenge. He could have just taken a regular job like everybody else, but instead he wanted to, either the adrenaline or the living on the edge or the extreme challenge. And he was never going to see that ever again.
Yeah.
Which sounds kind of
Boy.
boring. I mean, I could joke and say it doesn't sound half bad, but it would just be a hollow joke because I mean we're gamers,
Nerdy?
you know, like I'm always
Sure.
saying, hey, what's up, nerdy? Uh, right, O'Neill. We're men of action. Lies do not become us, and adventuring
Mm.
is not for the faint of heart.
I don't know. I think I'd like it. I would like that world.
for a little while. But I know
Mm,
you. At some point, you'd be like, yeah, this is kind of hollow. It's very much like the Nexus in the Star Trek Generation movie. You know how Picard was probably only there a few minutes before he realized, this is.
yes, but Kirk was there for decades upon decades.
They're trying to show the difference of the kind of men they were.
Yes, and
Kirk was more trusting, and a more down to earth kind of guy, whereas Picard was bitter and secretly dissatisfied with everything. He could never find a relationship that could ever be meaningless because he was who he
meaningful.
was, kind of thing.
Yeah,
You're living on the edge, huh, nerdy?
living on the edge. Yeah, I
Oh,
want to know what that edge is.
and be careful there, Mobius. They could be looking for you. Just saying.
Mobius.
We know what you've done. And if we know, they know. Just saying. But
Oh
yeah, I
yeah.
like to think that I could get there, do my little self indulgent reward party in heaven, and then go. You know what? All right, I'm ready for the next level. What do you got for me, God? You got some secret mission for me? I'm your man.
Ah,
Gotta admit that does sound kind of fun.
yeah. It's got some tacos.
Needs deliver into the Alpha Centauri sector.
No, it just needs eating.
Just needs eaten.
You
Yeah,
get
but
taco.
after you've had like literally your like billionth taco, I could see you going. You know what? Yeah, I'm ready for something different. I want to try me one of those crunchy gorditas
I could go for a pizza.
on a mission from God. Exactly, O'Neill.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the
Blues
spirit,
Brothers
Mobius.
quotes. Yeah.
That's the spirit. Exactly, O'Neill. We're gamers. I mean, we could do a lot of things. I think even some video gamers, have that spark in them. Especially if I think right now you could kind of like sum it up to like maybe the
Oh,
Minecraft type players, where they want to do something, not just be, handheld through a yet another story. Where this one they just have to push buttons to get there instead of just open the peepers and just suck it all in. So
yeah.
we crave that challenge, and I truly think they're trying to breed that out of us, or stamp that out of us, or what have you.
Yeah.
Could be Mobius. I don't have eyes on the situation, but I'm sure you're you've got it well in hand. If they need another hand, they'll just come to you and say, "Hey,
Hmm.
right?" No.
Hmm.
So, like I said earlier at the start of the show, I've got three, six. Now I got 10 minis left, and I can call this one project finito. We'll show it off next week. Your heaven would be simple. It would be me having the drive and focus to actually get some of my projects done in a halfway decent time. TCG. I've thought about that. If in heaven, would I even give a crap about this stuff? Painting and all that. or would I rather be in like a giant hologram, holodeck, adventure kind of thing? I kind of don't know that I would ever, miss painting.
If you're doing it for yourself, if I could raid the dungeon with my own two hands, why would I need to play a role playing game?
Right, right.
Yeah,
Or the way I always picture it being something akin to Silver Surfer or the original Star Lord, going from planet to planet, being like an old time, Texas Ranger, going from town to town. Oh, there's trouble here. Let me see if I can't help you out, and kind of fix the
yeah,
problem, or try to fix the problem, and then fix the problem, have my way with the latest alien girl of the month, and then move on to the next planet and, do
yeah.
things,
Shadow officially wants to make love to the rock monster.
you got to try at least once. Just say it. If you're invulnerable,
That's how gay stuff starts, man.
well, if it's a female rock monster, I'm just saying,
Yeah, yeah.
female rock monsters need
And
love,
then 10,000 years go by, or maybe just a Tuesday, and you're doing a dude.
or worse, you've got a little baby rock monster son or daughter. That would be weird.
Yeah,
No, you know what I mean, though. Even without the sexual stuff, just going from planet to planet, just even if there was like no action or combat, just looking at the new things out there, just spending a month freaking hanging out
yeah.
on Saturn, flying around the clouds and crap. Forever's a long time. You know, or
Forever
just
is a long time.
watching one-celled organisms go through their evolutionary process, and hanging out there for a couple of billion years, watching them grow. That could be fun, or maybe not
Yeah,
fun, but you know, an interesting and compelling activity to spend a billion years out of what's going to be an unlimited amount of billions of years. Why not, right? I can picture doing that, or finding other things to do. Otherwise, I think it really would be boring, because I know it can't be the harps and the clouds and all that crap.
no,
Uh,
that's exactly what it is. Live with it.
yeah, I can't. I can't even picture that. I could picture that, being like the equivalent of our version of going to Disneyland, or something like that. On a a Caribbean cruise vacation, or laying on the beach in Mazatlan, or something like that. That was their idea of essentially like a vacation. A wonderful time to relax and do stuff like that, which I think was one of the failings of most religions is, except for a few of the weird ones where they don't tell you what happens. If you really sold that, I mean, really, promoted the afterlife. I mean, you'd be getting volunteers on a minute to minute basis.
Yeah, but then, like I said to you before, that's bribery. It's not faith.
Right, right. But at least a hint.
Like, you're still asking to be bribed instead of having faith.
I get it. I get it. But you know,
You concern yourself too much with the reward instead of the good works.
uh, no, no, I totally get what you're saying. I just think that if you're gonna upplay the consequences, you got to at least mention, and they do. Uh, there are several instances where you can find, you know, an idea of what you can expect. But I mean, it just seems like whenever you make a decision, or at least I do, I weigh the both sides of the outcome. And what if what if you're that guy? Like the Twilight Zone I just mentioned, where you get there and it's miserable because there is no challenge, there is no struggle, there is no whatever, because that's the way you're hardwired.
Yeah, but you're supposed to become content. Like
Yeah.
you're assuming that death won't have any impact on you
Oh, I'm sure it'll have a huge
psychologically.
impact on me.
Yeah, like you'll never taste a taco again.
Actually, I was reading something amazing, that there is supposedly this tree, or these trees in heaven, that every month they have a different fruit that's better than the next, or better than the last, I should say. Which it struck me as really, really odd, because that was like one thing I always assumed was not even a thing. Once you transcend this mortal coil, you have no desire to, taste chocolate ever again. Which I know it's
I,
hard to imagine, but
I wonder what the tree that has the taco fruit smells like.
it probably smells like tacos and jalapenos and cheese and freshly.
No, well, if they got food up there, it probably decomposes. So it's probably like littered with rotting
Tacos.
tacos all around.
That would be so wrong. You walk up to it and there's just mushed tacos on the sidewalk and everything.
Yeah.
What was it, that creature? Why did I think of that guy from South Park? The alien that poops ice cream. You remember that?
No.
Typical South Park humor.
Yeah.
I should watch more of that, or at least catch up. But
I don't know. I hear it's gone really downhill.
well, O'Neill, one of the I was giving somebody the same advice for the same similar circumstance. Go back to the beginning. You know, not going to steal the line from the Princess Bride, but go back to what got you into the thing that you enjoy the most. But if it's gaming or painting or motocross, whatever, go back to that not just that state of mind when you first encountered it or discovered it, but all the things about it that are probably locked away in the past that connect with you. Why do you like this or that thing, and what was those first things that inspired you? Not necessarily to go try chasing the dragon, but see if there are things from back then that you may have missed. Like a lot of the reasons, a lot of us gamers collect old uh, games before we could have, had the cognitive skill to play them. We'll go back and read games from the '60s or the '70s or the '80s to get an idea of what those guys were thinking, and what helped guide them to the route or the place they eventually ended up. What's up, Cal? You ready for Saturday? I'm really looking forward to that game. Uh, Hopefully your tech will be uh, better. If not, just kidding, man. But yeah, just be real sweet to your wife and say, hey, honey, you know, Saturday I really could use just a little bit of help.
Cal, uh, you
Yeah,
know
his
that
mic
that
was really bad.
who last week
It was 2 weeks ago. Oh, almost 2 weeks ago. Cal and OGGM and RPG Grandma and Mike and Jen from Gaming are Married with Gaming. We were
yeah,
in a game with OGGM, and Cal's
yeah,
mic was it basically sounded like someone was blowing into it.
okay. It wasn't as bad as Omanow's last week or on the
Kind of
weekend.
worse. It's kind of way worse.
Ooh, that's bad.
Yeah, and it gets a little frustrating as a player. I know, because I've seen some of my friends having issues, and just we're
Mm,
so used to playing at the table, and there's no, can you speak up, or or anything like that. Worked for Double D Stream. Awesome, awesome.
Well, hop in here.
You want to come in? The link's in my general tab on the Shadow and Sun Discord. You want to come
Yeah,
in?
you really need to do some freaking maintenance in there, man.
Really, what am I missing?
Well, it's not missing. It's everything is just like jumbled tabs. There's no.
Oh yeah, some of my devices won't let me drag and move them around, and some will. And I did do some of that, but yeah, it
Yeah.
depends on which device I'm on, and I think about it. Wife's the IT person. Yeah, yeah. Jackie's my IT guy. Oh, you're on the
Well,
phone now.
get them to go into your Discord and neaten things up.
Yeah, lately I've you know one of my tablets doesn't like Discord at all. One does everything, and it's weird lately. I've been having this thing where I go on Discord and nothing's there. All my contacts and everything is just gone. It acts like I'm brand new to my own Discord, and I can see uploading, and I'm like, all right, I'll come back. And the first couple of times that happened, I'm like, what the hell did I do? I deleted everything. But then I
That's
saw
odd.
uploading. I'm like,
Yeah, it's probably because it's got too many things in one tab. I've never
no,
seen that
I
before.
think they did a big update,
Yeah, they've done a lot of updates lately.
and so I just
Uh,
chalked it up to that.
they're trying to revenue stream Discord a lot more.
I can see that.
Uh, they have like ways you can purchase these token things that boost stuff or something.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, neither do I.
Or the stickers and stuff like that. Like I can just type, "Hey man, how's it going?" That to me sounds more personal. A lot of times I'll
Hmm.
go to places and I see all these just nonstop little goofy little character animation things, saying hi. I'm like,
Yeah,
what are we, 13-year-old little girls? Come on.
it automates some of that. Some of that is like you can get for free just by being on the platform long enough.
Right, but a little penguin waving hi to me from my
Yeah,
my 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 50, 60-year-old gamer buddy. I'm just like,
yeah, it's
something you
kind of
want to
gay.
tell me, man? You know?
Well, like when you first jump on the server, it adds that automatically. It's not like
Yeah.
it's random. Uh, but yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know.
It just seems a little. It
I've
just seems
been
a
looking
little
at
juvenile.
that gilded version. It's supposed to have updated and
Yeah, I tried using Gilded to go hang out with RPG Elite in his Traveler game.
yeah.
It did not like me.
Was
That
that
was
a
on.
year ago? Was that a
And it's
year ago?
almost been that long, huh?
Yeah.
And
Okay. So the update's been since then. They've updated a lot of stuff on it to make it more friendly like Discord, but it has a lot of features that Discord doesn't have.
cool cow.
Um, like for example, the emojis, right? Like
Hmm.
that laughing crying face that
Hmm.
Cal put there. There are a bunch of generic ones on Discord, but you can create your own specific for your Discord channel. Um,
Hmm.
where and you can do that on Gilded as well. But like if I'm in a Discord and they have a bunch of those, I can only use it on that Discord page. But on Gilded, if I'm on a Gilded page and they have a bunch of those unique emojis, I can use them on any page that I go to because I'm in that community.
I was trying to think if I'd ever used an actual emoji in my life, and I honestly can't think of a single time that I have.
I usually use like a thumbs up or the 100%
Yeah, maybe I've used the thumbs up,
or the smiley face sometimes, but
but it's just
I like the weird ones, but like sometimes I'm going through the list of like the emojis and I see one but I'm not in that community when I want to use it, so it's fucking annoying that way.
Yeah, I
Uh,
just
especially if you have that thing and you use it outside of the space it comes from, it should be a calling card to let people know that that space exists, right?
okay.
Um, like if you had a shadow and sun emote or right emoji, and
Uh-huh.
I go to some random Discord and I use that emoji, it would tell people that hey, shadow and sun exists and you might be interested in going there.
Yeah, I could see that.
But because they don't have it like usable everywhere, it doesn't create that cross channel promotion. You know?
I've never thought of that.
Yeah.
I always just looked at it, like like kind of like modern hieroglyphics and
Uh, well, hieroglyphics was the language, not just symbols.
right, but
Um,
like a way to or like how Japanese is, the picture
yeah,
is the word,
yeah.
and
Well,
I could see society, trying to actually get to that point, but modern life is so complex. I think that would fail.
yeah. The kanji aren't just pictures, but it's close. Um, the Japanese did create emojis to deal with extra space on keyboards because their language didn't need as many keys as were standard, um, or something like that.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with English, so a lot of
Yeah,
it just seems like, yeah. One at a time, folks. Let me master English, and then I'll come join you with your new thing. But I got a long way to go before I master English.
yeah. You're just weird.
Yeah, that's good to hear, Cal. I think you'll have more fun because you seem to be a little frustrated last time. I'm surprised Grandma didn't show up. I know James and some other folks are over on his stream.
Yeah.
But I don't think Grandma ever goes over there. I think she used to, but I haven't seen her over there. And I wanted to ask her a couple of questions because we were in a game together last weekend or Sunday.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know. Maybe she's busy. It
Could be.
happens.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. But our our playtest session was pretty rough.
Uh, Rough in what way?
Well, we've got almost 10 people, 10
Oh, that's
players.
large.
Yeah, and we made it through like what was it, 2 rooms in 4 hours, just because we were discussing, as you're supposed to, game mechanics and solutions and things like that. And I'm just like, oh yeah, uh,
Yeah.
it's a game, but it's not really a game, and uh, I think it would be better with fewer people and more often than a whole lot of people
At
infrequently.
once.
Yeah.
Yeah, that tends to be the case with most games that they're overloaded and people try to cram too much into them. Like uh, people prepare way too much for games too. It's like
Well, yeah, I think that those are old habits that
you need to break.
yeah,
Struggle session time. Shadow.
Oh, my notes are pitiful, dude. Uh, Most of my
Yeah.
notes are pictures. Um, Going back to the pictograms, but
Yeah, that's the correct word, pictogram.
I
Uh,
yeah, I don't do a lot. Uh, even NPCs are barely statted out for the bare minimums. I don't need to know their skills and blah 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 and all that crap. And a couple of them, as you use them, you should flesh them out a little more, so that you
yeah,
don't forget something that they did in a previous session. You can be like, oh yeah, they do know how to, underwater basket weave. So I'm gonna write that down. So
man, underwater basket weaving would be a very essential skill in your world.
it absolutely would come in handy. I assume that's actually what Brian and Brian's two characters are doing when they're not with us. They're making baskets underwater. Um,
Yeah,
it's such a weird expression, in English. I assume that there's some actual reality to that. Back in the '60s or '70s, I can
uh,
picture hippies, taking a scuba class
I
and
don't think it's that old. I'll look it up. Give me a minute.
uh, because I can totally picture, a couple of hippies, with scuba gear on, sitting around cross-legged in a swimming pool, trying to weave together baskets. And I could see how maybe even weaving baskets underwater could actually be done for a reason to soften the reeds or something. I could see that, but it's one of those things like, not for all the tea in China, which I heard recently someone say. I'm like, yeah, uh, modern language seems to have lost some of those really, nifty expressions, and we've got new ones that are confusing and scary because I'm old. So what'd you
It,
find on underwater
it's
back?
actually got to do with willow reeds
Uh,
weaving because they have to be kept moist while weaving them.
Kind of like what I was alluding to.
Yeah,
Okay. So I'm guessing you didn't have to be completely submerged, just them.
yeah. The weeds reeds have to be underwater. Well, it's usually done that way because they dry out, and then they're put on shapes to form them into whatever you need.
So we learned the etymology of that goofy expression.
Yeah, but it comes from like saying people are going to university to learn stupid things that aren't
Hmm.
needed, right?
Which is universally
Uh,
what they do.
yeah, well, it's not just that. Like that, there are things you might want to take in university that are like personally worthwhile. Like
Hmm.
maybe you can't take like most people who take history degrees don't get jobs in history departments because there just aren't that many.
Right.
But you might want that information for personal use
Mhm.
or interest. The problem is that uh, due to the degradation of our society, universities have become this usurious loan market that turns like a degree that should be like $2,000 or $3,000 a semester, or maybe even four times that, to 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 something you'll spend the next 5 decades paying off that much monthly.
Hmm.
Uh, like it's not uncommon for people that have taken history degrees to be paying $1,000 a month in student loans, uh, and have no ability to earn that back. And it's like there was a time like my parents could have gone to college and
Right.
not been
It's
expected to pay
almost
that much.
it, almost when the professors themselves were in college was like the last time that was viable.
Yeah, the younger professors now. Well, the middle-aged ones. There are still some pretty old professors out there, but
Right.
uh,
But yeah,
and it's not like they're making more money. It's just it goes into to like you take the nonprofit degrees like history or the arts or writing, because most people
right.
don't get jobs in those fields. They take them for personal use, and they use them to expand other departments that have no legitimate reason to exist, like
It's
interpretive dance or whatever, like
it's
outside
almost
of
like
an art school.
the electives have become more important to the students than the actual accredited classes that have a purpose.
Well,
The basics.
sometimes they'll be taking that just because that is actually what they're going to school for, but you might take the basis ones too, like accounting or whatever. But it's also with the high drive of everyone should go to college or university just because it's what you do and not something you actually need for most things. And then there's the demand for the degree in jobs that, like, why do you need a year of college to become a garbage man?
Right. When trade schools are and should be.
Yeah, like literally here in the city, you need to have like a college, like have spent some time in college to pick up people's trash.
Makes no sense. I mean, I can understand
Yeah.
how that idea got fostered, by people who had college degrees, and then are now
Mhm.
kind of in the hiring positions. Like, well, I did it, so you should too, and look how awesome I am. But then what you
Well,
get is people who are better at arguing why they shouldn't be doing their job.
yeah. Well, it's also you end up getting like people who can't even read getting into to universities. Like
That blows
you
my
have
mind.
to take a pre-course in reading to even attend. Well, why did you even let that person in to begin with? So they could take up a seat that someone who would have earned that spot deserved.
It
You
blows
know,
my mind that we have people coming out of the education system at high school that can't do the barest of minimums.
it happens. There are learning disabilities, but still, right? Like,
But in the record numbers we're seeing now,
no, no, that's just a failure of the system, right? And it's like,
yeah, but that failure is going to rear its ugly head in ways uh, that will never affect the people that enabled those things.
well, it will, because the boomer die off is happening, and when the boomers are all dead, as much as we all hate the boomers and they deserve the hate, they are the last competent people. And they deserve the hate because they destroyed the systems to build that competency through intention, through apathy and stupidity. Um, but when they die off, the people that knew how to do things, for the most part, will be dead, and you
Then everything
know
will come crashing to the ground, right?
that you already see the effects of it with like Boeing, right? You know, it used to be the most trusted airline manufacturer in the world, and now they can't even keep planes on the ground for diversity reasons. Um,
That that whole concept is just so counterproductive.
hmm
That's why I think we need to bring back death sports.
Yeah, yeah. I've long said that football and hockey would be more interesting if one person on each team had a chainsaw.
Or rollerball, or gladiatorial arenas.
Mm-hmm.
Something. Okay, maybe your brain isn't meant for certain things. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but maybe it's meant for things that no longer exist. Maybe there have always been people who couldn't integrate into society for different reasons. Maybe examining why that is. Is it a genetic thing? Is it a you know birth defect, or is it a just one of those random things that happens?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that person's still genetically or like genetic memory where they're stuck in a certain place along their family history, and they can't work their way out of it without
Yeah.
specialized training or attention. Because I mean, I know for a fact you can teach anybody if you put the right kind of incentive and training into teaching them whatever it is. But this sort of
Well,
uh,
you know what they say about putting positive incentives in the way of people, right? It's white supremacy.
hey, when my parents told me, hey, if you get an A on your report card, you get $10. I tried harder.
Yeah,
You know,
but it's not just that. It's the the properly penalizing criminal action, the not justifying things because my poor communities and historical crimes or whatever bullshit.
that whole
Um,
concept of reparations just
yeah,
enrages me.
I want reparations for having to deal with the fucking outcome.
That you were never affected by.
Well, I'm affected by the bullshit I have to live through now, so I want
Right, but
reparations
doesn't
for
doesn't
that.
that wouldn't the very act of reparations potentially cause people in the future to demand reparations?
Ah, fuck them. That's what the boomers said, right?
But there has to come a cutoff point. After like
Yeah,
500 years or 100 years or 200 years, you can't bitch about X, Y, or Z anymore. It's just over with.
yeah,
I have the same
yeah,
rule in my life. If there's a grievance over a week old, you have lost your chance to talk to me about it because I no longer give a shit. It's gone. I have forgotten about it. If you haven't also or forgiven or gotten over it, then that's a you thing, not a me thing. But I usually let them
yeah,
know. You got a week. After a week, forget it. I don't care anymore. Even if I was wrong in the worst possible way, I am no longer, mind you, we're not talking like, capital crimes and things like that, but a social faux pas here or
hmm
there. If I said something the wrong way or hurt your fifis, didn't mean to, should have said something, could have handled it then, like men, but after X amount of hours, I don't even remember it happened. You know,
yeah,
it was probably, you know, not meant, as a jab or as, an insult or anything like that. And I just assumed that person could, take a joke or take a little bit of criticism or, even if it was an insult, then flip one right back. I assure you, I can take it. Have you not seen the shows we're on? Uh, mind you, it's
yeah.
always usually in good fun or in an attempt to help a brother out. But
For the most part, I agree with that, but I don't always live up to it.
Well, we're only human. Some things could touch one of those nerves that someone doesn't know about. That traumatic experience, or something that's your pet peeve, or whatever, that you just that's one of those things, that those hot button things that you don't inform people about and wear it on your sleeve. But it's one of those things that hey, that kind of bugs me because of this or that, but I'm a guy, so I'm never going to tell you about it. So,
I'm not a huge fan of machizoism or whatever you
machismo.
call it. Yeah,
Yeah.
machismo. So I tend to tell people the things that will make me trigger,
Yeah. Well,
as lefties will say.
you're a communicator,
Yeah.
you'd rather use words than, a scowl, or
Yeah.
something
I
else.
roll my eyes a lot though. But it's usually with people being stupid.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't think I ever really used that one, but that's probably because I don't know how to do it. I'm a blonde. Yeah. Yeah. See, I can't do that. My life depended on it.
uh,
Although when they put me and line me up at the firing squad, and tie my hand behind my back, and then they put the cigarette in my mouth. It'll be a menthol, and then I will learn how to roll my eyes.
it's not hard. You look one way, you look up, you look to the side. Uh, uh, and sigh while doing it. That's the important thing.
Oh yeah,
Sigh
I was
while
going to
doing
say, there's got to be an audible component to that.
it. This guy's that dumb. Try not to say this guy's that dumb while doing it, because it kind of gives it away for those who aren't paying attention. By the way, Shadow, this guy's that dumb to you. The fuck
Who?
was that? You. I just fuck with you. Uh, yes. White power. It came out as PW. I saw it clearly on the screen. Oh, I can't. I still can't believe news networks and universities fell for that, man. It's like the thing literally said, "Let's see how many fucking news agencies we can get to fall for this." And
I'm telling you, man,
they put the posters up in most of those news articles when talking about it.
it's like they're grasping at straws. It was a slow news day. Holy shit! I can literally see the guys in that helicopter. Wow, it's pretty low to the ground.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got the weirdest uh, set of circumstances I think humanity's ever witnessed right now.
Yeah.
Throughout 99.99999% of all of human history, they never had to worry about this stupid shit. Just the
Oh, there was always stupid shit to worry about.
But this is like the height, absolute freaking height of the dumbest grievances in all of human history. We really need to bring back the dinosaurs, just so they can just run rampant, and we'll have real things to worry, complain, and bitch about.
Yes. Dinosaurs would be good.
Bear would hate it, but you know what? Uh, I think
Uh,
it would be actually. I'm not going to say fun, but it would obviously be incredibly unexpected. But I think it would really allow for people to get their freaking priorities in order.
Maybe, maybe.
I was talking to a friend of mine today about HOAs, home ownership associations.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
boy,
I know what an HOA is. They're like gated communities, but the purpose of them, like, you're not allowed to do. So what's the point of having one? Like,
just I've had a couple of friends who've told me horror stories about the simplest, dumbest, most trivial bullcrap.
yeah. Um. Well, it's what happens when capitalism tries to pull off socialist acts. It always fucks up the wrong things. Um, because that's what it is, right? It's a socialized
Again, why
community.
we need to bring dinosaurs back so people don't have
Yeah,
enough free time to do that kind of shit. They're too busy
yeah.
baking spears.
Uh, you, you ever hear of the movie Beyond the Trek? No, I just saw it pop up. It looks interesting. It's from 2017. Hmm.
Nope. What's it about?
I just saw a few images from it. I'm downloading it right now.
It's not a Star Trek documentary, is it?
No, no, it's a looks like an indie sci-fi film, but with a little bit of money behind it.
I haven't seen a movie trailer in a long time that sparked my interest.
I didn't see a trailer. I just saw some stills, like some images.
I wonder what the hell's going on. This big old rescue helicopter is circling my area. Oh my god!
Turn the camera on it.
See if I can. I don't think you'll be able to see it, but it's like banking and. Can you guys see that?
No, you're too low.
I mean, it is really low to the ground, and there's ample room for it to land. Believe it or not, in my area, but they're usually um,
Maybe they're looking for something.
it's not a police. Well, I mean, it could be a sheriff's helicopter, but usually if something like that's going on, you can actually hear sirens as well. But I mean,
Hmm.
oh, there's a fire. Oh, okay, now it makes sense. That's not too far off. Oh wow, they just dropped the load of uh,
Water.
no, like whatever fire retardant powder they drop. Wow,
Okay.
I mean that's literally like quarter mile tops.
Hmm.
What if it's going back to? No, it keeps circling. I mean, if it dropped its load, it should go back and pick up another one. You would think.
Maybe.
I've never seen that close to my house, and it is fire season here. I mean, yeah, and I can actually smell it. Normally, fire season is right around Fourth of July. Go figure. You know, we live in the desert, and people are doing fireworks early, which actually potentially will start tonight because schools. I think the last of the high schools are out of school. Wow,
Cool.
interesting. I mean, hopefully it won't spread because from the looks of it, it would only take it about 15 minutes to get to my place. But it's not like a massive rager.
For
We
now,
Yeah, right. We've had them.
this might be the final episode of Shadow and Son.
It could happen. We've had some Fourth of July's here, or 2nd of July is when it's Jackie's birthday and Alex's birthday, where
Mm.
literally, because they used to live, about 20 houses down, and it would the smoke would be so bad that I mean you could literally see it in front of you.
Mm.
There's a fire.
There's a fire.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, literally, like where you can actually look at the sun and not get your eyes burnt out of your skull because there's so much smoke.
Hmm.
I remember one Fourth of July, uh, Alex's family, we were lighting fireworks off at their house, but I was riding my bike back and forth between the houses, which is about a block, and it was just like it was crazy
Hmm.
because like we'd forget ketchup or need something like that, and I had to run back.
They didn't have ketchup.
Yeah, it was ketchup or cheese slices or something. We were barbecuing, lighting off fireworks and stuff. We usually uh, put our big pile of fireworks together, and they always got the really good stuff. Uh, Along with most of my other neighbors, I lost my connection to that stuff decades ago. My old man used to get stuff back in the '70s, and then my brother and I we would uh, use it to make money during the summer.
Okay.
Nothing,
Sounds weird.
nothing, super, serious, bottle rockets and firecrackers. But as kids,
Yeah.
it it was fun. I mean, back when we were kids, we could literally uh, the fireworks stands would open up like 2 weeks before the Fourth of July, and literally every day we'd be riding our
Yeah.
bikes up there, and we could just say, here's my money, and they would just hand it to you, not even bat an eye. Now you got to
Yeah.
show ID. I'm like, and the fireworks have been so watered down. Like
Yeah. They're
it's
gay
supposed
now.
the like the $50 and $100 fountains. They're like no taller than an 8-year old. When they're lit, it's like you got to be kidding me. They may go on for a while, but it's just like seriously. So I learned a trick years ago. When we do our fireworks, I've got an aluminum ladder, and I put everything up on the ladder. That way, it's got that extra 8 feet of height because as the sparks are coming out of the fountain or what have you, they have farther to drop, so you get a better show. And
You could just learn to make them yourself.
yeah, but then they would go up in the air, and then I get in trouble, and it's funny too. But ever since I moved into this neighborhood, I've been doing that, and now I see like neighbors on either side of the cul-de-sac. They're doing the same thing. I know I've known these people for years. They didn't used to do the ladder, but now they're doing the ladder. You know,
Hmm.
and it's like they suck. So what are you gonna do? You put them on the ground, and they're like 3 feet, off the ground, and that's
So they're
it.
really close to you when they blow up.
Well, only certain ones blow up, and only if you do
You,
things
you
to them.
you know what I mean, right? Like the point is they go up so high, so by the time they come down, they've cooled off,
Right, right.
right? I wouldn't be surprised if there was a noted increase in actual fires with that. Oh,
It could be, and every Fourth of July when my neighbors are lighting off stuff they got from south the border, the cops are out, patrolling the area, and there's nothing they can do, unless you literally watch someone who can clearly see the police officer's car light something that then goes shooting into the air. Nobody does that. They're keeping an eye out. They light it. It's up in the air. Yeah, it didn't come from us. I don't know where that came from. What are they going to do? It's just dumb. Uh,
was cool though.
No, I mean it's dumb to have the police cars out there, in the neighborhoods when there's other
Yeah,
things
well,
they can
it's
solve.
a mild deterrent, right? It's like,
Now, to be honest, in the last 5 years, it's increased to the point where it seems like literally every house in my neighborhood is doing it. They've got some connection bringing the shit over the border, and it's we've got like three venues here where they do
mhm.
professional fireworks shows, and
Yeah, yeah,
some of the stuff my neighbors are getting is better than the professional stuff. And
which is sad. We used to have one at the park right up the street that would be a good show.
it's literally one of my favorite holidays, top three, just because I like
Mm.
lighting shit on fire. But you know,
Fire, Fire Day is good day.
we used to take bottle rockets, like the really little engines with just like the like not even a barbecue skewer, like the
Yeah,
stick.
yeah. It's just like a stick state taped to the side.
Yeah, it was almost like the
Uh,
stick that they use for incense. It was that tiny, and we
yeah,
would we would take PVC pipes and make like handheld rocket launchers, so that when you drop the bottle rocket in, the fuse would pop out a little hole you'd cut in at the right location, and then you just hit it with your Bic lighter, and then launch it at your buddy.
yeah, and that's why so many kids in your generation only have one arm.
They were never explosive enough to do that. The worst you'd get is, third degree burn in the face, and that shit heals. You know,
Yeah,
so you end up looking like Chris
eh,
Perkins. I'm sure that's what happened to him.
that's exactly what happened to him.
Or
Uh,
or
not
or we
Chris
would
Perkins.
Elon
Uh,
Musk or Stephen
uh,
Greer.
no, no.
Those are just bad skin fruits.
Cyclops.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know much about him, but
Uh,
I've heard guys talk.
fuck.
You hear things. We another thing we would do when we
I
couldn't
feel
play.
sorry for that guy, man. Not the burns or shit. That's his own stupidity. But like he's bought in so heavily with the fucking narrative. Like he's a very competent and capable guy, but he's always got to put in that fucking shit there to appease the.
The people who aren't even watching or playing the game,
Yeah.
I'll never
Well,
understand that.
there are enough of those people in the community. Don't say that there aren't, but the sheer fact is he could just not like he did that one review of Candida Obscura or whatever, and he had to put in a whole bunch of like leftist call words because he didn't want the Viperist crowd, and he shouldn't have done that. He should have just like tore a new one because it deserved it, and there's other things like
Yeah,
it's sad. Like there's a guy that just like is his own worst enemy through that shit, right?
there's
I'm
kind
not
of a lot
saying
of
he has to be. I'm not saying he has to be a national socialist like myself, but uh, or whatever weird conservatard you are.
yeah. I don't even know.
But
I don't really like labels. Every label, I've
okay, Alex.
investigated.
Or do you prefer Mr. Jones?
Yeah, I don't know. Because I can see both sides of certain things, and there is no perfect solution that I've seen yet. Everything falls short of the mark at one point or another.
There is a half decent final solution though.
Why did I know you were going to say that?
You used the word solution, and you didn't think I was going to work in some sort of Solution based pun.
I suppose I walked into that. Yes, yes, you did, Shadow. See, now you got me talking in third person.
Uh, third person is weird person, bro. Don't go about that.
I still don't have my paint like color rows memorized.
Oh, you always got to put them back in the same fucking order, man.
Yeah, yeah. I actually had to pull out the box that the speed paints came in and take them
When I
all.
set them up, I put them in this exact order,
Yeah, same here, same here.
and I
And,
keep this
I've
reference. So
managed to do that. I mean, keep them where they should be, but there's so many freaking colors
yeah,
to this day. I've had them since for like 6 months, I want to say, and I still don't have them. I mean, there's still colors I've never used, and
yeah,
especially in
yeah, yeah,
pastels. I used one of the pastels the other day. I'm like, oh, perfect opportunity. One drop, dink. All right, put it back. That's all I needed.
yeah. But it's better to have it than not.
Yeah, kind of like pew pews. Was having that
Uh,
discussion earlier today. Better to have it, not need it, than need it, not have it. And
yep.
I'm the same way with any good tool. Um, I'm
Well,
sure.
we all know you're a tool.
Well,
Sorry, bro. Sorry. That one touched
I
me. So,
softballed it in there.
yeah.
I don't know if it was quite softballing it, but you know,
Nah, you give me the
I'll let you
opening,
have it.
and I'm in a if it's easy, I'm going for it kind of mood.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, we've been kind of dreary here for the last hour, 2 hours almost. No, nobody's shown up. Where the fuck is everyone?
I think DM James stole all our regulars,
Think so?
or like I was saying, with Jackie, it's his last day of school. I can see RPG Grandma having kids. It's their graduation time
Yeah.
kind of thing. It's funny, not Jackie, Alex's graduation ceremony was yesterday, and
Aren't they at
he,
the same school?
yeah, they are, but the graduation ceremony was actually at a local college, so that they could have more room for the other, like kind of nearby schools that were graduating, and it was just
Yeah.
like they had this Latino guy, I mean, literally yelling everybody's name for like 4 hours, to come up and get their thing, and it was just,
Hectic.
oh my god, it was freaking annoying. Just I get it. You're Latino, and you want everybody to know on the internet, because it was televised on the internet or something, and you gotta do the thing and shout out your group or whatever. But it was just so loud and obnoxious, and I hear from Alex's family that went to it. Uh, Everybody knew it was going to be 100 degrees.
Hmm.
They knew for a considerable time prior to the event. So what they
Yeah.
do, they held it out in a football field at a college, uh, giving it plenty of time for the bleachers to heat up to where it could cause a second-degree burn. Metal bleachers sitting out in the sun in 100-degree weather for 3+ hours, listening to some guy yell out, you know, every kid by alphabetical order for 3 hours. It'd be like, can you tell me like what time my kid should be up so I can get there late? Because I don't need to sit in the sun for 3-4 hours waiting for my kid whose name starts with Z, and I'm going to be the last one. You know what I mean? It's like, okay,
Yeah. And you say they combined several schools instead of just having them.
but still, let the folks know that what time it's going to be. Roughly your
Yeah.
kid will be between this bracket of time, and show up accordingly. No need for you to be there for the whole time, unless you've got like, Mr. or Mrs. popularity of the school, and they know everybody, and they're going to be shouting for, all their friends every time somebody steps up to get their fake, you know, diploma that'll be actually mailed to them, next year. Um, or,
Yeah.
or if you're going to do that, at the very least, schedule it after 5 p.m. when most people are home from work. You know what I mean? Instead of
Yeah.
like noon on a Wednesday. So now I got to take off time for my busy schedule for a graduation ceremony that literally I only need to be there for 15 minutes. You know,
Hmm.
I get that you want to show you know team spirit or school spirit or all that happy horse shit. I get that, but seriously, 3 hours. They're
And
never
that's
gonna.
a byproduct of combining the schools instead of saying we're doing school X and then after that, like you book it for the day, right? The venue, and it's big enough that multiple schools can attend, but you do one school in the morning, one school in the afternoon, one school in the evening. That way you just have to show up for when your school starts
Mhm.
and not like three schools of A, then three schools of B, then three schools of C, then D, then
Well, yeah,
so
but
on and so
plus
forth.
like uh, Alex's family when they went, they wanted to bring some water, and I'm like,
Yeah.
you can't bring enough water. There's three of you to watch one kid, and it's 100 degrees when they walked out the building, the house. I'm like,
Hmm.
if you each brought a 6 pack of frozen water bottles, you would come back empty-handed,
Yeah. So
just sitting there baking in the sun, no shade, just
where like obviously you said there's multiple schools and it was a 4 hour period, so each school if they're done separately would have been able to subdivide that time and
yeah.
okay. Well, if I'm school B on the list, I only have to show up between like 1 o'clock and 2 or whatever, and then
Because I I take two of these whenever I go anywhere. I take two of these that
yeah,
are frozen solid, and in 100-degree weather, in 30 minutes or less.
and then you throw them out while you're out and buy a new case of water.
Sorry about that. These are frozen. These are melted in 30 minutes or less,
Yeah,
unless you've got them in something to keep them cool. And even then, uh, they're gonna be gone as soon as they're melted.
yeah. Um,
I'm just amazed how people don't think of certain things, just the little things that would make it that much more enjoyable. It should be a moment to remember, to get the accolades, to get the pat on the back, for everybody to take the pictures and do all the things. The poor kid, Alex, he walked out the door in his cap and gown.
yeah.
When we graduated, we stuffed our cap and gown in our backpack. We went to school in shorts, and when it was time to put it on, we put it on.
Yeah.
And
Um,
I guarantee, you know,
people are stupid these days, though. You gotta remember that.
yeah,
I doubt he even thought of doing that.
we just yeah we I remember it was literally a Mad magazine. Did you ever read Mad magazine?
A few times.
I remember the lighter side of
No.
it was one of the uh, regularly appearing like strips. Hey, what's up, George?
Oh, is George in the room?
No, I think he just means here. He's not in the grade room. Uh, One of them that I remember distinctly, it had really realistic. The artist like made everything look realistic, and it was
Hmm.
nothing, like fanciful or anything. It was just regular people doing regular things, but it would be the lighter side of making a joke about it. And there was uh, this It was about graduation,
Hmm.
and the people were like it was like I think it was a family or something sitting in the aisles, and they saw all these hippies, right, in shorts and sandals and everything, walking up to go back, behind the stage to get ready to walk up on stage for the graduation ceremony. And those same kids, they're all, you know in shorts and tank tops and stuff like that. And right, George, me too. And then those same kids went backstage, combed their hair, put on their cap and gowns, and then the same family's like, see, now that's the generation, or those are the kind of kids that are going to go far. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, you show up, nobody knows what you're wearing under that cap and gown. It could be a G string and a, whatever, and to be honest,
Well,
in
yeah.
100-degree weather, and of course the cap and gowns were like burgundy, not quite black, but a dark color that's just gonna suck up that sunlight.
Actually,
No,
in the heat, black is better to wear than white. But um,
but still,
yeah, like we've never seen you from the waist down, Shadow. You always keep that camera above your waist.
really,
Now
I've
we
stood
know.
up a couple of times.
Now we know why. It's because you're wearing a
Surely
G
you've seen
string.
my boxers, but with the little bananas on them.
No, we've seen your G. We've never seen your G string once, and we know it's there.
Well, yeah, I've got a little more, decorum than that. Yeah,
I
George,
doubt
wasn't
that.
it Sergio Argonez who did the back page fold thing? That guy was amazing.
Mhm.
The artist. He also did Gru and some other stuff. He'd also be the guy. If you ever remember in Mad Magazine, there'd be like comic strips, but then there'd be like little tiny little pieces of artwork, little sort of cartoony things
I don't remember that, but
hidden. If you look, like on the lines of the boxes, there'd be like a little seed here and then a little thing down there. Was-
okay.
that's one of those magazines I wish I could go back and get, because I think it only had a finite run,
Hmm.
but it made so
What
much.
magazine? Mad?
Mad Magazine, yeah,
Yeah.
because it
I
made
don't know.
so much
It was
fun of.
out for years.
Oh yeah, it was out for decades, but
Hmm.
I think it's. I don't think it's still being published, and if it is,
I don't
it
think
probably
so.
wouldn't be worth the paper to wipe your ass with, because it would be
Yeah.
woke as shit.
Um, the one. What was the one that they made? They made Mad TV, and there was the other one.
Fridays.
No, it was like Mad. It also had a mag Cracked.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah, Cracked had a good magazine
yeah. It was okay, but it was
for
always
a
kind of
while.
like the B grade Mad Magazine, or at least it was for a while.
Yeah.
But I did get it. I did get it for a good couple of years.
I had a few issues of that had whenever I saw that and it had like something to do with RoboCop on the front, I got it. Omenau's in the back room.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, no. That's good because I have to go to the bathroom.
So she still has them.
I don't remember. It's been so many years, and it's not that we really took care of them, because my mother bought them and kept them, and she's See, you're more the collector. We were always more of the hey, let's if we're gonna buy it, we're gonna use it, and we're gonna read it. So
Certainly, but you know what? Even in certain conditions, not necessarily mint, they're
oh yeah.
still worth having. Like my Dragon magazines are like that. I never thought of, collector's item, blah blah blah, which I really should have. Of all the magazines that I have collected, that should have been one. But a lot of them are bagged and board, but they're beat up. But Mad Magazine was like so spot on with so many things, making fun of society in every possible way. I used to love the movie parodies they would do.
Oh,
I literally read the Mad magazine. It was either The Hobbit or the Lord of the Rings cartoon. I read that before I played D&D and before I had read anything from Tolkien.
oh well, no, I mean Don't get me wrong. My mother, the ones that she had were from during the Vietnam War era,
Oh, dude, those are the best. Those
and
are literally when back when it was in color and the
yep.
small version. Oh, dude, I would give my eye teeth for a complete line of that because back when I was a kid in the 70s, maybe the 80s, there'd be a special issue every once in a while that would have a reprint of one of those old versions where the art was just freaking insane. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Well, no, I mean, when you started mentioning that, I was like, oh yeah, I remember, and I think that was probably during its heyday for it, because I remember looking at some of them this in the 1980s when I was looking through them, and it's like, it just isn't the same. And to be fair,
Mm-hmm.
the artists have probably moved on, the editors have moved on, and stuff like that. You really have to have a biting sharp wit. I mean, to be fair, you're talking about this, but it reminds me of the Onion, in the late '90s, early 2000s, which was absolutely hilarious, and they would bring
Mm-hmm.
stuff up, and
And
the
they would make fun of literally everybody. There were, it was like real comedy. They
yeah,
would make fun of literally. It didn't matter what side, what politics, what anything, and they could joke about certain things you can't joke about anymore, apparently, which is retarded.
well,
I'm sorry, you can't say that word either. Go
you know
fuck
what
yourself.
the problem really comes down to is, people say you can't do that, but the reality of it is you can. But the how do I want to put this? This is why I remember looking at some of the that was you have like with the late night talk show host when they used to be very biting. I mean, even stuff that you look with Johnny Carson, during the era when there was a lot more censorship, it was actually funnier because they wouldn't hold their punches back against everyone. And nowadays, it just seems like they're just angry and spiteful that people don't find them funny. And I went, the point of being, and I tell my son this, comedy is about being both offensive and relatable. And I think that's what Mad Magazine did for some of it. And the same thing with and now the Babylon Bee does the same stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, you know, it's like they refuse to even go for the obvious low hanging fruit. They're like, no, no, we can't do that, and it's like screaming and yelling and being angry does not make you funny unless you're like Sam Kinison. But Sam Kinison didn't hold back. He didn't have sacred cows. He didn't have things like, oh, I can't make fun of him for this. Um, it's and once you start doing it where you don't attack all sides, ridiculous is ridiculous, and when you don't hold back on it, you can feel it. You can feel where it becomes spiteful and more about trying to put people down than
No
just.
worries, Justin.
So yeah, no,
Yeah,
but
and it's spiteful is a huge thing. The whole cancel culture, that's what it all is. It's like, oh, you offended me, so I'm going to get back at you, but I'm not going to have the balls to get back at you face to face. I'm going to use some mediary, some go between to get back at you and make you suffer a million times more than the tiny little offense that anybody else would have just laughed off and went, good burn, Well,
well,
whatever happened to that,
I don't know
I
if
mean,
you ever
we
remember.
do it all the time. If someone, rips on me, I usually laugh harder than anybody else when that happens. I know what I am. I know who I am. I know my flaws, and it's good to have friends that give a shit enough about me to call me on, the one in a million times I actually make a mistake. Uh,
Yeah, well, exactly.
it's broken
It's
clock and all that. I appreciate it because if they didn't, they would just be kiss ass sycophants that that ain't my style. I'm not in high school or college anymore, and nor am I in a rock band or anything like that anymore. If my
well,
friends don't call me out on shit, then you tend to look at them like fools, and I don't want to be surrounded by fools either. I
oh,
want to be surrounded by honest people that'll say, "Hey, Shadow, dude, you're being an ass," or you're being dumb, or you're being pedantic, or whatever. I can take it.
uh, well,
See, you could have got me on that one. Yeah, we know you can take it, Shadow. Um,
oh yeah, it's uh, and you can tell the difference between just when it is being spiteful and it feels like it's like you're punching down. That's the other part. No one has any problems, but when I see him attack certain people, and it's okay. That's one of the reasons I do love Weird Al Yankovic. Um, for his ridiculousness. Anyone that remembers watching UHF and a few of the other things in there, and
Yeah, but he understood that comedy is making fun of other people and yourself. Sure, there are people like Don Rickles who only made fun of other people. But then you had greats like what the hell was his name? No Respect.
Rodney Dangerfield.
Thank you. I knew if I just said that, everybody would know. That's all he did. He just made fun of himself for an hour or two, and everybody laughed, and he went home and cashed his check.
Well, Benny Hill made fun of himself a lot too.
Right, but he also made fun of other people. But some people, they only get one aspect of the two, faces of comedy, and that's fine. I can't remember Dennis Miller ever making fun of himself. Maybe a little bit, but if that's your stick, that's your stick. But at least understand that there are some simple rules to be funny, and it's better to be funny, than to be a laughing stock.
I mean, I'll say this, even though everyone's going to groan. Listening to the old Bill Cosby talk about Fat Albert and stuff like that, it's actually hilarious.
Dude, you're not wrong. I have, I had growing up as a kid, I had all of his albums, and I would listen to those over and over and over until I got my first Steve Martin albums, because we didn't have Comedy Central. We couldn't just click a channel and go right to exactly what we wanted. And some of the stuff that was on those comedy albums, people forget Bill Cosby was he was funny, and he never ever had to be vulgar or anything else like that. And he had real talent. And the troubles that he's been in, I've heard both arguments, and what I know is I'll never know the truth. So remember the good times. Once he started doing the Cosby Show, I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm not finding any of this enjoyable. But what was it? The go-kart race. That album was freaking amazing.
Well, and what I find interesting, and people forget, Walter Williams grew up with Bill Cosby, and he said a lot of those characters were real people, and Fat Albert and stuff like that. That whole gang.
Yeah, I never thought for a second they weren't. And if he had made them up, all the better. It was like, wow, you made up some great characters. But I mean, think about it. We all grew up with some characters. Let's be honest. I could tell you some stories, but I'm going to save that for my memoirs. I'm actually thinking about writing a book, not necessarily, my memoirs, but something about how I grew up, because I did grow up in a very unique situation, or at least, if not unique, different from 99.999% of the population, and the trials and tribulations my brother and I had to go through because of it. We had a very interesting life. He went one way, I went another, and
like you're talking about is I look at my father, who was a very high performer, on the ball, everything else, and I look at his brother, my uncle, and he just gave up on life and just basically sat down and just stopped. And it's interesting, growing up in a similar environment, and it was just my father excelled to get away, and my uncle kind of just went into himself and just kind of gave up. And that was the way that they dealt with their childhood. So,
when my brother turned to drugs, I turned to RPGs.
Yeah, and then my aunt almost got left behind in an orphanage. Actually, she was left in an orphanage, and her aunt and uncle had got her, and then my grandmother took her back. which was great actually, in retrospect. But that's why I'm like, look, I live a really good life, and so I always people. How do I want to say this? Some people want Jerry Springer to feel better about their lives. Like, oh, I'm superior to these people, and I look at my life and I go, man, what am I complaining about? That's why I
Right.
look at it. What am I complaining about? Because I lived in a pretty idyllic, life, and people get mad. Like, what do you mean you didn't have any trauma? I'm like, what's my trauma? I didn't get what I wanted for Christmas. I mean, come on, you know. That's I said almost all my problems in my life have been my own. Yeah, there may have been outside influences, but you have to take personal accountability. And when you do that, it makes a big difference. Instead of whining and complaining about stuff, it's like, okay, I could have made different decisions, and that my life would have turned out differently. Um, and I
I
think that
was
makes a
just
big
I was
difference.
just telling somebody a while ago they were really down, and I'm like,
Yes.
you were picked to be alive in this time and to go through these things, no matter what you think, no matter how down it is. The big guy knew that you could handle this, and you were needed for whatever reason. You were needed. We were all needed to be exactly where we are for some strange reason. You can, call me, whatever, not buy into it, but I'd rather go through life thinking that uh, there was a purpose to my life than to just think that everything is just freaking. How does DM James put it? Just chemical reactions, and I'm a slave to biology, and I'm not even in control. It's just chemical processes that are, were determined by my species and my circumstance, and I literally have no control. I'd rather think that, I'm here for a reason. I don't know what that reason is, but, you know, I suppose if I knew what that reason was, I'd probably take advantage of it and try to, metagame it. So I'm glad I don't know what it is, but, you
I,
know,
well, I hear too much of people say, "Oh, well, all this chemicals." Okay, maybe that's true, but if you stop taking that mentality and say, "You know what? Here's my life at point A. What can I do to improve it?" Your life makes that's like saying, "Oh, there's no point, so I won't take a shower," and then you wonder why no one wants to be around you because you smell. You
dude,
know,
in this weather, I need 2 or 3 a day.
yeah,
Fuck that.
no, no,
Nonsense.
but you laugh, but
And I know
it,
what you mean.
it's like, oh, okay, what little things can you do to improve? And
You mean like Condor DM? Yeah, I got it.
I think that too many
I
people
fucking
use
hate
it.
that guy.
Well, that's part of the reason that we joke about with RPGs. It's like, do would I really want to live in that time?
Fuck no,
Probably not. It's
no showers, no tobacco. No, thanks. I'll pass.
oh, come
You
on.
know.
If there were plenty of Roman baths, and you actually look at it. It's not that people weren't as clean, but man, they had their things that if you weren't clean, then you were viewed as that was still bad.
Oh
That was
yeah, yeah,
part of
yeah.
being a social class, and people forget about that. It's like,
Okay,
oh,
okay. Let me
okay,
rephrase that. No bacon.
oh,
I'm sure they
what?
had pork, but did they have bacon?
Oh,
You tell me they had
absolutely.
bacon, chocolate, and tobacco. You might get my attention, but
Well, they had one of the three.
and other people it would be coffee and whiskey or whatever. Um,
Oh, well, I'm sorry. If you lived in the Americas, you might have two of the three. I forgot where. It's like,
yeah,
oh, okay.
and the opportunity isn't exactly knocking on my door to go back in time. So should I get the opportunity, I'm probably going to take it. I mean, you know, Rufus comes in and appears in your backyard with a freaking phone booth. You're getting in the phone booth, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about you, but I've heard enough alien abduction stories. Like, why does it always seem to involve a bunch of guys that get drunk in the middle of the woods, and one of them wakes up and finds himself anally probed? I mean, did you think maybe your friends took advantage of you and it wasn't the spaceship?
Well, I think that was a joke that was exaggerated upon
Oh,
relentlessly as it should, but I don't
yeah.
think anybody was ever, you know. I think molested or sexually taken advantage of, but I don't think they were going in for the butt sex. Just saying, they
I-
probably just go for the old fashioned, normal stuff. That makes more sense than then you've got aliens that are freaking degenerates.
So
But then
I don't
again,
know.
if you follow some of the more um, educated investigators, they're turning the whole discussion back on its end, where it's going back to it's spiritual. They're demons or they're angels. They're not from other planets. That kind of thing. So it got to make me wonder, at least, how we've come full circle.
Well, I was reading Cosmic Trigger, which I think was written in the 70s, and then Cosmic Trigger 2. And it was interesting listening to it, but there was that, and then what was the other one that
So my point is, for those
Yeah.
of you out there interested in butt plate, maybe that is what's going on, because they are
Oh.
in fact demons. So have at
Did-
Spy versus Spy was great.
did you listen to Max talking about his camping trip last
Which
Friday?
Max?
Max
Liao?
Liao? Yeah.
No, I have not heard
Oh,
a word from him in like 6 months.
oh, you need to listen to. If you do listen to it, I think maybe only members only stream, but it was absolutely hilarious as he was talking about his camping trip and how things went bad. It's like, well, I could have just pushed her off, and no one would have ever known, like off the cliff.
We
Like,
know
well,
damn well Max would never do that.
You know what though is I'll say this much: there are, by the sounds of it, and I can understand certain things. Man, everyone has a breaking point, and it sound pretty close to his. And people just forget about that sometimes.
Yeah, I just can't picture him. I mean, I can almost picture him in the movie falling down, but at the same time, I kind of can't.
Well, apparently, Well, they were hungry. It had rained. They were lost, and she was just as annoying as hell. And he said,
Well, she's a woman, so that's just gonna come with the territory, dude.
Well, no, apparently she was cheating on him. It was.
Well, no,
Anyway, the story's hilarious. I'm just saying.
he's just joking.
No, I don't. No, he was honest. It was.
No, I don't think she'd ever cheat on him.
Oh no. This one lady that was there anyway.
Oh,
yeah, it was. It was. It's not his wife. It was someone else. But
Yeah, I can't picture that ever being a thing.
you know what? At the end of the day, it's like, well, of course, when you're young and and everything else. If I'm older, I'm like, all right.
Who are we speaking about?
Max Liao.
Yeah.
Oh,
This was on his Friday stream when he was talking about how he almost pushed a girlfriend off a cliff.
Hey, we can't say we haven't been there, and if we can, it's only because we haven't been on top of a mountain.
That's true.
well,
I once told a couple girlfriends. I said, we're done if you ever cheat or if you ever hit me, or if I ever cheat on you, if I ever hit you. I said it's done. I said anyone that gets me that riled up or wants to do it, I said
Or
so.
stealing. I will not tolerate theft of any sort.
yeah.
You need something, just ask. If I can't, and then you take it anyways, you'll wish I had you arrested.
So
Everything else, I think, for the most part, is workable. But I've
Sure.
had a lot of exes steal, a lot of exes cheat. None throw a punch or hit, but I've had some do some other physical things that were, suspicious.
Oh, if they destroy anything of yours, your property, it's like, hey, no.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, that's theft.
Being malicious generally is like fucking psychological games is just abuse. It's no different than beating. And-
Right, but I mean, so that could be worked through.
Well, that's the problem. A lot of people are like
They have no
work
they
through
have no-
things that shouldn't be worked through. It's like,
well,
yeah, they won't work through the things they should, and they'll tolerate the things they shouldn't.
well, and I'll
Yeah.
tell you this much: is I had a friend of mine And of course, she was, in her 30s and stuff, and she started trying to act like she was in her 20s. I said, "Do you know how big of a turnoff it is to find a woman that's like in their 30s or early 40s and they're getting drunk and trying to act like they're in their 20s?" I'm like, "Grow the hell up."
Yeah, I didn't like it when I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
Like the attitude that women, well,
You know.
old girls
Yeah, yeah.
would demonstrate. Why
like,
would I
Yeah,
look,
like it now?
for me, it was never drinking. It was usually things like heroin or
oh, gee.
cocaine or stuff like that. I'd find out, and I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah, you know, I'll try to work through it, but if it's one of them things that's been like a long term habit, there is no working through it. After about
yeah.
5 years, that's just who you are, and I can't have that in my life. I won't tolerate drug use. If she wants to go smoke some weed, whatever, but if you're using needles or glass pipes or things like that, you've got issues that I just don't
Well,
have the tolerance or patience for. Um,
I mean, I don't want to be mean, but anti-anxiety drugs, anti-depression drugs. I'm like, look, I don't want to be in your shit show. I just hate saying this, and that
yeah,
sounds mean,
well,
but
I mean, if you're talking legitimate prescription, dealing with issues, etc., I could probably work through that. At least give it a try.
well, I
But
mean,
if
it's
it's
one thing if it's temporary, but I mean the
well,
uh,
some things aren't, but they're still uh, you can still
Controllable.
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. You still, I don't want to say tolerable, but or forgivable because sometimes it's not their fault. It's doable. You could work through it if you really care about the person. Then you should be able to work through that shit.
I,
I was watching
no.
uh, Andrew Wilson again, and that was one of the things they were talking about is how in the old days it was you're married, it's forever, and you're going to have rough years where you don't talk to each other, rough decades, you still got 50 years to go, suck it up, but today people just oh, I'm not happy anymore, I'm out.
Well, see that
Yeah,
the problem is people have sold themselves on being happy rather than doing
yeah,
something
Being
meaningful and
happy,
building something.
who was it said that happiness is like 10 seconds at a time, you
Yeah.
get 10 seconds here, 10 seconds there, everything else is shit.
Well, and that's exactly the point is, when you say you're being happy, it's like, well, what do you do during the rest of the time? Whereas if you're building something meaningful and people forget
Yeah,
marriage
because
is
I'm
about
happy all the fucking time. I may be
I,
I may be grouchy, but I am happy in my grouchiness.
I, I'm
well,
content in
it,
most cases. Yeah.
yeah, you want to be content in a relationship, not happy. Happy's good. There's sadness,
Mhm.
um, but then there's like, what do you do with your time? Like what? Like the problem a lot of relationships have is that one or both of the people in it think the purpose of the relationship is to be in the relationship, and that's that they replace having a hobby or an interest with being in a relationship.
And fuck that.
And it's like, no, that's how you begin to hate a person.
Well, it's
Yeah, because then you find out all their
yeah.
dirty little secrets and annoying habits, and then you're
Well,
like, "What the fuck am I doing?"
it's not that you find those things out, it's that
I was joking.
you immerse yourself in them above all else. And it's like, no, you spend time with a person, you have some mutual interests, but if you don't have things to do on your own, you replace your own self-worth with being in the company of someone else.
Mhm. No,
Like
no one person is gonna,
you
fix you.
you,
You gotta
you
fix you, and then
yeah,
when you're fixed and good, you get to hang out with someone who's also done the same, or maybe not.
are working on themselves. Like, well, you don't even have to like fixing yourself. This is also part of the problem. It's like, you know,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
if
I'm
you're not
perfect.
being a
I'm
bad
perfect
person,
exactly the way I am.
no, you're terrible. You need to be fixed by a sledgehammer.
Uh,
Um,
well, see, that's the problem I have with it is
Did you
the,
miss
the, the
all my
person you're with is who they
Never
are.
mind.
Stop trying to fix everyone. That's what gets me. It's like I see too many people do it. Well, you should have done this. You could have done this.
Let's face it. There's some people out there that should have been fixed before they bred. But
no. Well, it's one thing to improve on yourself. It's another to have someone get angry because you're the same person that they were when you met them. I'm like, look, that's who they are. You don't do that. You accept them who they are and go for that. And then the other part is
I ain't changing for shit.
Stuff, well, that's
the lucky I shower.
And then
you shower.
Well, I just remember people getting, a couple girlfriends that got angry and they're like, well, you haven't changed. Look, you got who you got, or then they get jealous because I was doing really well in my job. And I was like, what are you mad at? And it was kind of
that's a deeper issue.
Yeah,
I know. Well,
you're mad at someone else's success, especially it's the person. Like if you're with a person, their success is your success.
Why wouldn't I be happy for my friends to do well? That it doesn't matter who it is, and the same thing applies in a relationship. If you're doing well, I should be thrilled and excited for you. And that's. I had a friend of mine, and she. I had a girlfriend that would only contact, ex-girlfriend. She only contacted me when her life was going badly. I said, well, that's kind of, that sounds nice, but no offense. I don't want to hear that your daughter was assaulted by her grandfather and stuff like that. It's like, I'm like, could you not emotionally burden me with your problems and certain things? But the other part was,
it's less of a problem if you're also there for the good times to be there for the bad times. But if you're only,
well, that's my point. Is you have to call me also when you get a promotion and things are going well in your life, and there's some balance in there.
Yeah, if all I am is your freaking emotional tampon, sorry, don't want the job.
And that applies to men too. Don't get me wrong. I always.
What are you talking about? Everybody we hang out with are just awesome.
For the most
I don't know about you, but I am.
Hey, how many shows are we on together?
I was just thinking Justin's a Lego.
At least 4 a week minimum.
I spend more time with you than my kids sometimes. So just saying.
Yeah, well, that's his own fault.
Yeah, it is. That school's over. We're gonna do some stuff and probably get arrested a couple of times.
Take it better. And I want to see a GoPro. I want GoPros on both of your chests while you're climbing up building walls and breaking into banks and shit. You better be live streaming that race riot you start, bro.
Race riot? Oh yeah, the one in Mexico. Yeah.
No, just all of them. You're just gonna pick all the races.
What he's referring to is when you won the Boston Marathon and the people riot because you're doing so well.
I would be lucky.
That or the bomb.
I'd be lucky to get my shorts on, let alone across the finish line.
So that's.
I'm so out of shape.
Oh, for those of you that wondered where I went after I said I had to go to the bathroom.
Nobody wondered.
I decided to make myself something to eat.
Nobody wondered. Nobody gave a shit.
You guys were relieved I wasn't here for a few minutes being all morose and shit.
I just figured I'd give Omen a chance to talk because God knows he never gets a chance to talk.
Oh yeah.
Never speaks.
So actually,
your mic is doing pretty good today, by the way.
Well, wait a minute. To be fair on this, after last week's struggle session for him, you did good on Sunday.
Thank you. I figured the secret is I've got to overeat before the game, so I'm just like, whatever you guys want. Yeah. Oh God.
So Sunday better be buffet day from now on.
I could actually be on board with that, except I'm on a diet.
Fuck your diet. I want to go
Monday. It started Monday because God damn, I had 3 giant. I was looking at the pizza. And I'm like, we had 2 pizzas, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to take that piece because it's huge. I'm going to take that piece because it's huge, thinking that I wouldn't get another slice. Sure enough, oh hey, there's more pizza left. Hell yeah, I'll take another slice. And then
I had a pizza for lunch.
And then while we were gaming, Jack brought me up a burrito. It's like this freaking big,
Yeah.
It's just easily 2 pounds of Mexican everything.
You didn't show it
And
to us.
yeah,
Well,
no,
you-
I
you know
I
what
don't
I-
want to make you jealous.
All these people had talked about Chipotle this, Chipotle this. I've never been impressed by Chipotle. Give me Qdoba
Chipotle
any
can
day of the week.
suck it. Chipotle, before the inflation, it was still $10 for a freaking burrito.
It was not even the cost that gets me. I never thought they were that great in the first place. Qdoba to me was far superior, and same thing with and I grew up but when I went to college, everyone talked about Freebirds, and those things were huge.
Yeah, but I can go to Del Taco and for
Yeah.
$5 get a burrito that I will literally feel like I'm having a baby as I eat it.
We have an independent place called Fat Bastards, and their burritos this big around.
Yeah, exactly.
That's about a Del Taco macho burrito, I think.
It's like that long.
Maybe a little bit
And
smaller.
that's their small.
I used to, not that they did really well, and then I guess they collapsed in the in the 2000s. But I used to go to a, just like to me getting a good sandwich, and all these people talk about whether it's Subway or Jersey Mike's or stuff like this, and I go, make good damn bread. Why is that so hard? This is the one thing I will say about when I went to DC. I went to DC and I got a really good cheesesteak, and the bread was awesome. It was kind of chewy. It was not super fluffy bread. Why is that so hard? Make some damn good bread. And of course, they actually call cake for Subway because they use so much sugar in it.
Yeah, legally in Ireland is classified as a cake.
Yeah,
I still prefer it over there was this one place we were going to for a while for subs. Still an independent place. They also did their own bread, but their white roll, their standard white roll, which is what you want a sub for. Fucking felt like I was eating like sandpaper.
Oh no! This I want it kind of chewy, not
Yeah.
chewy not so much like a bagel, but somewhat in there where you can tell the bread is actually fresh and that they
I
kind
want
of
a
have a
bagel.
crispy crust on the outside. What's that?
No, I
Soy
want a
sauce.
bagel. I haven't had a good bagel in forever.
Oh,
This
man.
is this soy sauce is actually the healthiest topping you can use.
And then
Really? Why is that?
It's basically like you're eating a multivitamin and a mineral supplement.
oh, okay.
Like
I thought it had like a crap ton of sodium in it and stuff.
No, that's the fake stuff. If you get the real soy sauce, it's got all the essential minerals and vitamins you need.
Gotcha.
But I mean, just so much out there, man. But yeah, it's just and to be fair on this, and this is one nice thing about my job is so sometimes we travel and we get to go like to Maryland. So I've been to some of the top places. To be honest, though, I've never been to Philadelphia.
Nobody asked you. You can just shut the hell up.
For what?
I was talking to my dog.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, nobody asked you either over now, so shut the hell up.
It's like we're talking about food. And I was
What?
like, shut up
Wanna
about
go
the food.
Up here. Come here. You want to go outside? You got to come up.
Yeah.
Let's say hi to everybody. See? Say hi to everybody.
Yeah.
You want to go outside? Why? There's no food down there. All the food is gone. It's all gone. We ate it all. Right.
Be careful, Chewy. You're looking tasty.
I
don't mind
my dog
Korean
about
food.
eat my dog like at least once a month.
He's a great guy.
You eat your dog like once a month?
No, I was threatening.
You got one of them Norse regenerating dogs?
I was threatening my dog, every so often, like, well,
With
if you don't
pork?
behave, we'll just cook you up. And we had her for 15 years, so
Yeah, Chewy's he's about 13, going on 14, and I don't know, man.
well,
He's still healthy and stuff, but I know that day is a year, 2, maybe down the
Sure.
road,
Oh, I
maybe
don't know.
3. I don't know. I mean,
My son's mother, I don't know what it is. It's not even that she intentionally does it, but somehow she always ends up with 6 dogs. It was like
So she's
would
making
die.
her own little slice of heaven. Good for her.
Oh, yeah. There was one that my son she's like, I can't take this dog.
Thanks,
The dog
twin.
keeps
You're too
killing the
kind.
chickens, and my son got attached to the dog, and she's like, I can't get rid of her. And that dog never met me. It was like an 80 or 90 pound dog. And as soon as I walked in to her place to pick up my son, that dog just fell over and rolled on rolled on its back. Like, all right, here you go.
This is a smart dog who recognizes, the right kind of person. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know. Well, I think some of it has to do, and I do think that there's a similar. I think dogs pick up on who's actual family, and
Yeah, you mentioned that when Alex's family came in Monday, from out of town. Uh, they when they walked in, Chewy didn't bark or anything. Maybe a little, happy barking.
yes, yeah.
Was wagging his tail. He's like, "Oh, I remember you guys. Haven't seen you in a while." Kind of attitude. They've been in our life for over a decade, and he grew up with them. He watched them go from little toddlers to big old people, and he still knows Alex and his sister. Love to pet him, even though he needs a bath. The stinky bastard.
Why did they move? Do you know?
Because it was not California,
They moved to Mexico,
North Carolina.
North
Okay.
Carolina.
Yeah, and from the sound of it, it sounds nice.
Game store in North Carolina.
Oh, they would know. They would know.
No, you.
I could see it. I've always had in my mind Texas, because the two times I've been there, I loved every second of it, and but things change. Yeah,
But
we're still doing it, of course, Mac. It's been 2.5 hours. I mean, we're just getting started.
I was laughing because they were talking about all these people, Californians that came to Austin are leaving, and they're all saying, "Well, it's hot and it doesn't have mountains." And I could think, did you not know that Texas was hot? Did you not look at like a map and see where the mountains are?
Yeah. Like it's closer to the equator than California, not further away.
Yep. And I hate to say it, but the worst things about it are because of the same people that are now leaving it. So those freaking locusts better not all go
They
to the
will.
same place. I know they will. But
Well, it's Austin. Austin has always been like that.
like when
at
you
least-
say always, how long back do you mean always? Turn of the century or the last 20 years?
Oh, probably since the 1970s.
Really?
Yeah. People don't realize Austin is.
Yeah. Where was Texas Instruments located?
There were several places for Texas Instruments, but Dell was located in Austin, and
okay, Dell.
a lot of it just depended on where you. Well, it was a college town, and of course, college towns are much more liberal than everything else, and of course, it
not before the '60s.
Well, this was
yeah,
in the 60s for a lot of it, and so when my friend went in, he went to UT Austin in the early '90s. And this was right during the first Gulf War. They were just rehashing the exact same slogans from Vietnam. It's like,
I've been
what
hearing
in the
it a
world?
lot.
Yeah, it's and to be fair, as I moved to Austin because of the tech jobs, and
well,
it was.
That's why I asked about Texas Instruments, right? Because it would have recruited people from across.
Well, in Texas Instruments, I mean, there was one in my city right here, which is now north of Austin. Texas Instruments is now building another manufacturing facility north of Dallas, but Fort Worth was, I think, the big one.
Wait, they're still in existence? I thought they folded.
Oh no, it's but a lot of it is, and people forget, you get patents behind the scenes, and you start doing commercial stuff rather than, like you might be putting chips into TVs and things, which people aren't really talking about because they're not buying Texas Instruments per se. They're You now making components rather than whole systems. So
Yeah, you also think of Texas Instruments as a what they used to be as like
sure.
a whole system thing. They make kids toys and shit like that for the longest time. Like that
Calculators.
well, yeah, calculators, but they also were like some of the first people to put electronics into kids toys.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by that is, but they're doing a. Of course, we're getting Samsung here, about an hour south of me, so it's near Austin, but it's to the east, about 30 or 40 minutes away from Austin.
Mm-hmm.
And, it used to be nothing, but man, that's an extra 10 to 15,000 jobs just from that, and so now that's all blowing up. Um, I'm not sure when the manufacturing facility actually does it. And then we've got Tesla that's come in, and that I kid you not, that I think that factory's almost a mile long. When
It's
you
the
drive,
largest. If it's the one I'm thinking about, it's the largest factory on the planet.
it may be, I'm not sure, but when we were just driving, you drive by it to the airport, and it's like a mile long, just the
Wow.
whole building. Yeah, it's huge. Um, And when I came to Austin in the early 2000s, Dell had a bunch of manufacturing facilities, and then when we had the tech bubble burst, a lot of things just stopped being built.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them were coming here just taxes and things like that. It's relatively cheap. They could do a lower cost of living, but now ever since the pandemic, everything's just shot up, and that's where everyone's complaining. It's like, we used to be able to buy a good house between 200,000 and 300,000, and now those homes are going for about 350 to 500,000, and that's what's getting us.
Well, the problem is a lot of the people that are doing remote working moved to places that were cheaper to live,
Oh yeah,
but they weren't smart enough to move to places that were cheaper to live and not urban centers
well,
because they still wanted that urban life.
you know
For
what I don't know, because a lot of people move to the suburbs, and it's not that they really want.
I count that as part of the urban center. I mean, like they didn't move to small towns.
Well, yeah, but I'm not going to knock it. Is look, if I usually have, or at least it used to be, if I had a mall with a good bookstore, a Home Depot or a Lowe's, and a few other things, and I was like, I'm good enough. I don't have to do it. Um, you don't have to have a lot in there. And
Well,
people forget about we're talking about big cities. It's not that hard for me to drive to Dallas. Yeah, Dallas is a 2-hour drive. It's kind of a pain, but same thing. In Austin's about an hour away. It's not that hard for me if I want that nightlife to do that. As long drive up there in the evening. You stay. You go with a friend, and you help share driving back. It's not a
well,
huge deal.
what I meant by
Yeah.
that is by clustering all in one or
Yeah.
two mega cities, right? Like cities and suburb areas. That's what's caused the focus of price being driven up.
Oh, it's not just there. Look, like I says, I bought my
It-
property out in the middle of nowhere. Those prices have doubled. People are moving to places I never thought they would because there was nothing there. There was no industry or anything. It's just like,
Sorry about
so we've all been complaining about it. It's like, what the hell happened? And some of it is, of course, is the banks and the hedge funds decided that, or
BlackRock.
Bill Gates, yeah, they all went, oh, farmland has a really good investment for stuff. Son of a bitch. It used to be that they were reasonably priced.
Bill Gates gets a bad rap on the farmland. He actually hasn't bought that much. He has a large amount of land, but
Sure.
like when you actually look at the percentage of land, like it's the only reason why he gets called out on it is because people know his fucking name.
Well, yeah, but I'm not talking just about him. I'm talking about a lot of the hedge funds. He's just a single owner, to be fair. But the same complaint was levied against Ted Turner in the 1980s and 1990s, because at the time he was the biggest landowner of stuff, and a lot of them, and a lot of ranchers were complaining because he would lock up certain pieces of land and that's what they were really complaining about. Is where they used to get leases, and then he would lock that whole area off so they couldn't get a lease, and so then they would go out of business, and then he would go buy their land. That
Where Gates isn't doing that,
so.
as far as I've been able to tell.
Yeah.
He's-
Well, there's been some where they've been talking about removing that farmland from production, and that's where they would get onto him. And so some of the
Okay.
states have been passing laws where it's like you can buy the land, but you still have to allow it to be in production. And he's like, oh, okay. So, and to be fair, it's probably better, but it's just like around here, we're all, what's really getting us now is solar panels. We're looking at 70 or 80,000 acres just in my county alone. And then the county adjacent's looking about 100,000 acres. It's like, good grief.
Because I know after Bill Gates retired, he took up the hobby of looking into new ways of food production.
Well, and vaccines and stuff like that.
Well, he was in that before, and
Right.
like finding new vaccines isn't a bad thing on its face. It's even the COVID vaccine isn't a bad thing. It's the militant forcing of it that was the problem.
Well, the problem that I have with it is again, it's not that I'm against the vaccines per se. It's it's when you're forcing them, you start making it
that's what I just
patented.
said.
It's not just forcing, but it's the patenting them.
They
Removing
patent all
old vaccines from there. Well, look, part of it is that when the patent expires, what they do is they make a combined vaccine, and then they cause the other ones to get out of production, so now the price stays high. That's what I'm referring to. It's you're not benefiting humanity as a whole, is what I'm trying to say. It's a little bit different, but
it's profiteering.
Right. That's what I'm really referring to. Is no one has any problems with certain vaccines that if Bill Gates did it and then made sure that they were patent free, or they patented but everyone could produce it, that would be a whole different thing. But you're right. It's the profiteering aspect that we get onto it. And then
then again, he doesn't actually develop vaccines. He just puts grants out for people that do.
Well, and then he helps get those patents for
the distribution. He talks about distribution to like third world countries and shit like that.
Sure.
So he'll buy them in bulk and send them somewhere to
be tested. If you ever watched The Constant Gardener, did you ever watch that movie? So The Constant Gardener talks about a lot of the stuff that they would use third world countries as to test the vaccines, and they would basically
Take
they
care,
would bury
Mac.
the mistakes.
Already on Mac.
Yeah. So that's what we're referring to. It's not that it's just like all medicine. I have no problems with it. It's whenever they have a good equivalent generic, and then they say, well, we're not going to give access to that. We're only going to make sure that you can get the other. Just like people don't realize DDT got a terrible rap. Most of the stuff said about DDT were lies.
Yeah.
Including the thinning of the eggshells. The thinning of the eggshells, which is when I grew up as a kid, that was a complete lie for DDT. And the head of the EPA banned it just because he said, well, there could be a problem, and so millions and millions of people died from malaria because they wouldn't allow them to use it.
Well,
and
there are thousands of those things.
Oh, I know that there are thousands of those things, but that's why I get mad about certain aspects to it. Is you say one thing and then you do the exact opposite, but the other one that I was thinking of was I forgot what some of it, but there were several drugs that are out there like ivermectin and things that provide huge benefits for it, and then of course they demonize it as soon as it gets off the patent list, which is terrible.
Well, it didn't help that there were legitimate like kooks trying to push it as an alternative to COVID treatments. Like
listen to kook. If you actually look again, I've been listening.
No, there are still people trying to push it as things to take for
push what
like blood ivermectin.
Well, ivermectin was used for SARS and MERS because it had an effect.
Yes, but there was no proof that it had any help with the current version of the thing, the flu.
Yes,
And
because all of the studies are paid for by pharmaceutical companies.
yes, this is true, but um, there were studies done after that. Like, I was looking at one 6.5 months ago, 7 months ago. It was like it does nothing.
Um,
It's a good panacea, but even if it did have mitigating, like even the same level it had for SARS, which I think was the one it was better for. It might have been the other way around. It doesn't matter. It was more than a decade ago. Um, the people hawking it, like you can get on these mailing lists for now, are just like promising that it cures cancer and shit like that.
that's the
And it's
problem I
like,
have with everything is that you're overselling it instead of saying, "Hey, look, what are your..." And to be fair, and people forget about this. Um, Originally, and I saw this years ago. This was the '90s. They said for a vaccine to be effective, it needed to be 70%.
yeah,
Did
you
any
just
of you
throw it
guys
up.
see the recent Y Files? It was on.
No, I don't
I
watch
haven't
that
watched
show.
it yesterday. No, I saw it yesterday. But I haven't watched it yet. So
Yeah, it was about using sound waves and things like that to
Make
go
people
after
poop themselves, because that could be done.
no, to go after cancer, because it was, if it found the right frequency, it would jack up the cancer, but nothing else. It sounds like um,
Well,
I
that's
don't know,
another
man.
thing, right? Like they can use sound to go in and break up modules,
Right, like
but
with
you can't
stones and things like that.
like the material, the cancer material is still there. So if you break it up, it just distributes through your body, and then you get
Right, that's one of the things I was thinking. Not to mention, the testing of that. You probably got to go through quite a few humans in a bad way to.
well, they tested on rats.
well. First they tested on rats.
Hey,
Then
what's
they
up, Travis? I haven't seen you in forever,
and,
dude.
Yeah,
and then they
Travis.
tested on. Well, then it goes to the veterinarians because my dog got which is part of the reason I got mad that it killed her, was there was an arthritis medicine that they were in animal testing, which is where they give it to veterinarians. So the veterinarians actually get the exact same drugs they give you, but for the testing is they'll give stuff earlier on, and yeah, it helped the arthritis, but it destroyed my dog's kidneys, and so it never went to human testing. Uh, and people just don't understand that. That's the way it's supposed to go through for a lot of these things. Um,
Been busy, yeah. Not me. Just doing these
so
shows
but the real point
and
is that
pages.
I want independent testing, not ones that are funded through corporations for certain things. And that's not what's happening with the FDA and stuff like that. And like I saw ivermectin, and most of the studies coming from are from India or countries that couldn't afford the other medicines that were a lot more expensive. And they did have more positive results. But, at the end of the day, though, it's not going to fix everything. If you're too far gone, but usually, but like a lot of things, you're allowed off-brand use and stuff. But it's the fact when they prevent you from getting off-brand use at all that say, hey, something's wrong here. you know,
Yeah,
it's like, what is it? There's a lot of stuff prednisone is used for that is not that it's quote not subscribed, that it's not author. I don't want to say authorized, but you can't advertise for it. The doctors use it for all sorts of stuff that's outside of the things. So, um, and at the end of the day,
I put that right up there for you, Shadow.
I know.
most of our health at the end of the day is what we eat and how we exercise, which is not what people want to hear. They want a drug to fix everything else. It's like, yeah, fix your lifestyle first, and then if you need some of the drugs, go for that too. It's just like, we talk about antidepressants. A lot of people on antidepressants just don't want to change their life. They're kind of stuck in a job that they hate. There's a lot of negative things.
Well, they just won't go. They won't go to the gym and run on the treadmill for 30 minutes, which will do the job far more effectively than taking an antidepressant, and they'll probably like lose some weight, which will actually do the job even more and prolonged.
Well, I'm going to say this.
That's a lot of depressed people. If they lost 10 to 15 pounds, they wouldn't be depressed anymore.
Well, a
Yeah,
lot of people
unfortunately, there is the side effect of when you get healthier, you live longer, so you got to get you're kind of stuck here longer, which is kind of depressing.
Well, only to you because you're like 20 billion years old, motherfucker.
Trust me,
To everyone else, we want to be healthier for an extra 20 years.
After the first billion, it
Yeah.
Well,
the
no.
dinosaurs were fun.
I mean, when I was at Dell, because the stress was so high, a lot of people had antidepressants from that. And it's like, if the job is making you take antidepressants, maybe it's, and don't get me wrong, I get paid well at the time. Maybe it's time to find another job. It's just like my friend, man, he was such a miserable human being.
Or I know this is a crazy idea. I know this is a really crazy, unconventional idea. Maybe get a hobby so that you have something to look forward to when you're not working. You know, I know so many people that it's just work, 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 sleep, work, 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 work. You know, even 30 minutes a day. I remember I was working this one of my first jobs, which was phone sales, right? And the whole time I was at my job, I was thinking about my next game. You know, and I had the luxury, mind you, it was a minor one, being able to write and because I was like calling people, cold calling people, I'd come across all these weird names. And these weird names would spark ideas, and I would write this stuff down on little scratch paper that I brought with me. You know, to take back home and use those ideas in my next game. If you have something to, you know, kind of not necessarily daydream, but you know, take a spare moment at work to think about something else and look forward to when I get home, I'm going to do this and I can't wait to do that, and not just sit in front of the TV and, you know, watch whatever's on, you know, back in the day, because we didn't have a lot
I mean, I understand that, but I'm just saying that if you have a job that makes you depressed and everything.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
yeah.
but I mean, let's face it. Everybody's got to have at least 10 jobs they hate before.
I haven't had that many.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Every job I hated made me change to a different job and improve me. If I liked all my jobs, then I would have never left and I would have never gone anywhere. And people forget about that. But if the job is really so terrible, the worst thing you can do is stay there. You know, it's like find another job, find another skill set.
You bet. Your government is looking into a law right now that would be really good, so that it probably won't pass. Which illegalizes non-compete clauses.
Well, actually, you know, so
non-compete clauses.
Yeah, no, I looked at that, but a lot of it also depended on state by state. Like in Texas, you couldn't just prevent someone from working a similar job. The problem was non-compete started getting ridiculous. And then the other part is that, like, I don't have a problem with the non-compete if you're an executive, but I don't know if you guys heard about what happened where Google and Apple were sued for refusing to even interview each other's workers because they didn't want their salaries to go up. And this is where I get mad at the government. They're like, oh, it's a $400 million fine. I'm like, that should have been an $8 billion fine of both companies. They should be looking at your total income for the year. And they should be charging based off of that, not just
and it should be a hard percentage. On the gross, not the profit. And that should go to the people that were affected by it, but that won't happen.
Well, exactly.
Because that affects the video game industry a lot, right? Like,
oh yeah,
a guy gets into like Blizzard or whatever, and then can't even go independent for like a year because he has a non-compete. You know, so you can't even like like make your own game at night and then sell it.
Well, you
Oh, yeah.
could, I suppose, if you didn't produce it for the first year, then you waited and then pumped it out, as soon as the
No, it doesn't matter. You should be able to
sure.
like make your own game at home for like an hour or two every night or whatever and produce it independently of your job, even though it's the same field that your job is working in.
Well,
Yeah.
well,
Like
video.
Well, they're
For-
trying to control things that they have no
Yeah.
business controlling.
Well,
Yeah.
part of the problem that you get with the games industry is the worst one to go into, and a lot of people are like, oh, I want to do this. And no, you don't. You want to go into financial programming because you'll actually work just 40 hours a week. You'll work. Everyone I talked to that went into programming and went into the like the financial industry and stuff, they have much better. Like EA doesn't even teach you normal skills to be used. It's part of the problem as well.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a whole
engine
skill set that
specific.
you can't use outside of their company, and so now you're locked in there.
Well, it's not completely true. Like I believe their engine runs on C plus or something like that. So you're still learning the basics of the coding language.
Well, like I said, for some tools, but man, video game industries. Because years ago, I looked at like, if I could join Blizzard for this, and you just find out, one is they don't pay that much. Number two is they expect you to work 90-hour weeks. And in the meantime, I'm talking to my friend over there, and he was creating software for a high-end clothing store,
Mm-hmm.
and he wasn't working nearly as many hours, and he was getting paid better.
The best thing you can do is a web. Even still, like now that they have all those template websites, so you can do it yourself. Still being the guy that updates people's websites, that keeps on track of everything running properly. Because you can do that like 3-4 hours a day, and then take the rest of the day off, depending on how many websites you're maintaining, right?
Well,
and obviously, if you have that much time, you can always take on more clients.
that was one of the reasons I like listening to Roll for Combat, because they,
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Glicker actually has done a lot of that stuff, and but he also talks about the industry and the cost for doing books and everything else. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's one of the things I think that people forget about, whether it's PDFs. Why would I pay this much? The cost of printing is not that expensive if you get like over 1,000 copies or something.
Well, even
the real
if you're
cost
like,
is all the labor you did to get a book that people want to buy.
yeah, you're absolutely right about that. It's the formatting and the production of the material that's expensive. It's like, even if you're doing print on demand, I think the few books I have up there on Amazon are like $3 in printing and distribution cost, and the rest is like profit or something like that. I'd have to look at the breakdown again. I could probably pull it up now if you really want. And, well, you can look at the dashboard on your own.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely encourage everyone to set up a KDP Kindle Direct Publishing account, and even if you never use it, have it in case you ever do. And if you ever want to make something, just you can format most things in Canva. There's just some rules for like making sure the gutter is open. The center of the book where it folds open. You want to create space there. So if you just pay attention to that, and it's very easy to set that stuff up, man. Very easy. I think the hardest thing I had when I was setting up my account was hooking it to the bank, because they don't fiddle with the PayPal or the Payoneers or anything like that. They just send you direct deposit every month.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Like I said, my mother just published her book, and it's a vanity project. She admits that. And,
Yeah. Well, direct publishing is really good for that kind of stuff.
mhm.
Above like buying a few thousand copies and putting them in your garage or whatever, because now you're stuck with that, which used to be vanity publishing. I hope she didn't go that route.
No, my mother said that she'd break even if she sold about 150 copies.
Yeah, but did she? Is she direct publishing or?
She's working through a publisher, but like I said,
Oh, okay,
it's kind of a. Well, he was going through it. He was the one that also told her, here's an artist that you can use. It's just. But she spent a few $1,000, and she's like, okay, but what else is that really a terrible hobby to actually say, hey guys, I produced a book?
No, it isn't, and it's a lot easier than most people think. Most people who write give up, and that's why they don't publish anything. It's like 90% of the people that want to be a writer never finish their first book, never even finish their first outline. Like, it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, but that's true of everything. The problem is
Yeah.
that people. I hate saying this. If you're gonna be writing a book, you got to treat it like a job, or even which may mean that you have to put in
like
20
all
hours a
things,
week.
you get out of it what you put into it.
Yeah, even if it's like a scheduled hour every day that you sit and write. If you sit there, you have the writing document open, even if it's not on the project you're working on, because that's the thing. Most experts in writing will tell you is writer's block comes from people who look at a blank screen and don't touch the keyboard. Write something, even if it's absolute trash, it will spark the juices to get you back in the flow a lot faster than moaning about writer's block.
Well, people do things when they're, quote, inspired, and you're not inspired every day.
No. Inspiration comes from doing, not from wanting to do something, right? Like,
it's like going to the gym. You got to go exercise whether you like it or not every day.
This is another muscle you've got to exercise. You've got to use, otherwise it will atrophy and eventually it won't exist at all.
Yeah, if you're lucky, you'll be able to start from scratch. But the more you dig the pit, the harder it is to build the mountain.
Well, I know that we were talking about the George R. R. Martin, but there's one of the things that he was recommending. Again, whether you like him or not, it's like, look, if you're going to follow someone that's successful, you don't have to like the person, but at least to see where they got. And one of the things he was talking about is there was a workshop where they literally, I think it's 6 weeks, and the expectation is that you will write 12 hours a day for those 6 weeks. And they talk about an intense boot camp. And of course, you have to be accepted into it in the first place, which means you have to have some of the writing. And I said a lot of those guys who go through that actually get published. I said, yeah, but most people don't want to do that. I mean, when you suddenly say, oh, by the way, you're going to have to be working 84 hours a week or 72 hours a week, you're like, why would I do this? I can go work at Chick-fil-A or something and make better money per hour. Absolutely, you can.
At first, but after your third or fourth novel, no.
So,
depending on them all being on the market.
Well, that's true. Well, I'm just saying the whole point is if you're going to do something, you better have a plan and everything else. That's one of the reasons I also like listening to Critical Drinker, because what's he written? 5 or 6 books now?
Mm-hmm.
Even though he does all.
I know he was a writer. I just subscribed to him when he did. What was the video? Not the not the Atlas. Everyone shrugged, but the one before that.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, I first saw him come up, and part of the reason,
Fuck Ayn Rand.
well, part of the
Well, no, it wasn't that. It was the new movie with I think Jennifer Lopez.
Okay, well, that's yeah, but I've been following him
Okay.
probably since he was, he just suddenly burst to see. And part of it was because he was a writer, he was critiquing their writing aspects for movies, and he was in a funny way. I was like, well, that's great, but he still writes books. That's the other thing people forget. As much as it is online, he still has to write those books that are out there. What is it,
Yeah.
series or whatever it is? I can't remember what it is.
Well, that's the only reason why we have a YouTube channel for Seth Skorkowski is because he writes. He created his YouTube channel originally to promote his
I haven't
his
watched
book.
one of his videos in probably 2 years.
But
And I don't know why.
But
Yeah,
there's
it's just tired.
But I mean, but there's the marketing aspect, and there's the other part. There's like it's free marketing. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
And
it is recommended that, like, especially because the old publishing houses are deliberately losing the plot in the era of self-publishing. Is
well,
that if you don't provide a marketing campaign for every author, you're not worth it. Because honestly, the if I have to be my own marketing department,
yeah.
as a writer, I wrote a book and I have to be the marketer. Why am I giving you such a large cut of the profits of the book as the publishing house for what? A couple of contacts, right?
So I have
It's the only way I can get on the New York bestsellers list. A list that's like a laughable joke at best.
so I had a couple of professors that wrote textbooks. They usually make $1 to $2 a copy sold.
Which is ridiculous because those things usually get sold for like $70 to $80 minimum.
Well, it gets worse than that. If you actually look at the effort, they lose money. Now, so a lot of times they do it for prestige, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
But and my professor said, I make enough to go have a nice dinner once a year.
Yeah.
Wow. That is not worth my time.
Well, the problem is that people looking at it is, like I said, my mother did it as a vanity project. She's not doing it to make money. And professors are doing it because
as part of their calling card.
Yeah.
Like it's how they secure their employment, if not get better employment.
There's prestige in it too, regardless of how you look at it.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like you write a fucking book. You put out 400 or 500 pages worth of material. You slap it into a binding and put it on a shelf somewhere. And maybe somebody comes around and likes the cover art you selected. And flips open the first page and doesn't feel like they've been lied to by the cover art, so they keep reading and they buy the book. And maybe they see your name on the cover of it and see it again on the store shelves, so they buy another book. Because that's the best way to sell a fucking book is have another book on the shelf.
Well, my friend was trying to do that. She was getting mad because she said, well, why aren't they hiring me for speeches and stuff? Because she wrote one, I think, about mental illness or something. I said, well, first off, you have to do your own promotions. And, the problem is that people think that the money comes first. It's like, no, you have to become well established up to the point that they say you're worth us hiring you to give a speech to our company. And then that's where you make your money from that aspect. But you have to be in your own following that they can say, if I spend $10,000 or $5,000 for a speaking engagement, I'm actually getting something out of it rather than, people forget about that.
Yeah. That's why Anita Sarkeesian was such a got all those speaking engagements. It's not because she was saying anything worthwhile. It's because she had a YouTube following. That's the only reason. If you know who that was.
Oh, you mean the grifter? Especially when I thought it
Yeah.
was when Mike Pondsmith told her to go suck eggs, basically.
I don't know.
So when Cyberpunk was coming out, she says, "Oh, I can help you with this," and blah blah blah. And Mike Pondsmith says, "We don't need your help." and,
Yeah.
and she was mad, but you're not
Yeah.
giving any value to the companies. All you're doing is trying to leech off of them. And the companies who did fall, just like with Sweet Baby Inc. My view on that
Yeah.
is they were trying to shake people down, and of course now it's not. As people start realizing they're losing hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars based off of this, I say,
Well,
this is a bad idea.
yeah.
My view of this is like, okay, we'll do this. What we'll do is we'll do it as a DLC, and you can make whatever money we make off the DLC, you can get a cut of that. That's what I would tell them, and then seeing how far they run. They're like, well, I'm not putting my main game. I'm not losing my main customers, who are mostly male, who are, I guess, in their late 20s, early 30s is the average demographic, and like,
Yeah.
why would I do that? Who just want to have fun and don't want to get into your political bullshit?
Well, because it's all about it's all about the politics, right? And
Well, it's all about the grift. I'm not even saying it's about the politics.
well, for those people, for like Sweet Baby Inc., it was,
Yeah.
but like their grift was a byproduct of them distributing their political message.
Well, yeah, but they were trying to get companies that were afraid to argue against it, and now you're fighting. Well, like a perfect example is Goya Beans, that basically told AOC to go, F herself, and then gave her the award for #1 seller.
Remember that.
And these people shrink back when you realize they have no real power unless you give it to them, and that was the whole thing. Is what didn't Goya Beans, their profits jumped by a huge amount after she was attacking them for having Donald Trump there. It's like, look, and at the end of the day, and now they're starting to realize it, and I hate to say, because of Russia and BRICS and everything, they're starting to realize you still have to make a profit. You don't control everything anymore. You can't just print money and say, "Oh, everything's going to work," and I can get to control all these nations. I just saw that Russia got upgraded.
I love the economists that say the BRICS is failing because it isn't got the financial success of being around for 80 years or whatever, right?
Well, I just saw that Russia got upgraded to the 4th largest economy. And at the end of the day, a real economy is based off of your manufacturing and what goods can you produce, not not on how much do I trade, because if anyone remembers the tulips, what is it, 1600s?
Yeah, of course.
I mentioned it the other day.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
It's fucking
like,
I lost my ass.
Yeah, well, like you shouldn't have started it in the first place.
Hey, I saw an opportunity, and
like you knew it was a scam you were ripping people off with. Why did you stay in it for so long?
I needed the money, man. Times are tough. I lost, the crap ton during the Black Plague, and did I just do something stupid?
Yeah,
but
right, folks? No, I was trying to.
But the funny thing is, tulips are a luxury item. They're not even things like you could say with gold, or which is easily transportable, or you could say food, or things that are staples, which is to me what you base a monetary system off of. You're like, oh, we're going to base off of a luxury good that only a few people have.
Like renting out pineapples to rich people in England. That used to be a thing in the UK and Central Europe. Is people would bring pineapples from the tropical islands, wherever they come from, and they would rent them to parties so people could put them on display to show how wealthy they were, and then they'd pick them up and rent them to someone else. Because
There's your original virtue signaling. Look what I can afford.
Couldn't you?
But you couldn't actually afford it because you couldn't cut it open and eat it because you didn't own it.
That's why I said it was virtue
Couldn't
signaling.
you just like make one out of, I don't know, like paper mache or something?
No,
Who's gonna
because
know?
people pick it up and feel it, and they can feel the stuff moving and stuff.
Remember, it's about its status symbol. It's not about actually using it. Is the point?
I would have figured out
virtue
how to
signaling.
make one. You know,
Well,
fake
don't forget that the materials that were available 500 years ago or whatever.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's the same people who get mad when years ago, I was looking at buying rings and stuff for my girlfriend, and I said, "Hey, I'd rather get an artificial sapphire because I can get a bigger gem of higher quality." And of course, the big thing is like, no, it has to be real. If it's not real, I'm like, those are just jacked up prices. Who the hell cares? What does it look like? You know, if the two are, if one's artificial, which actually, if one is a man-made sapphire and one's pulled out of the ground, the one out of the ground is always going to be more expensive, but the man-made one can be bigger and have better clarity and stuff like that. Exactly. I'm like, why wouldn't I do that especially if it's cheaper?
Well, I'm sure you learned a valuable lesson. Next time you get a girlfriend, you just give her a fake one and say, "Shut up."
Oh, I did. Do
I
that.
got ripped off. Sorry.
No. You have to realize, and this is actually my son's mother. When we were together, was she preferred having that. She was cheap. I mean, it was like, oh, don't give me gold. I want silver. It was. It's like, oh, okay, I spent $200 in jewelry. That's
where I'm. Don't give me gold. I want platinum.
Well, but
platinum's
that's,
expensive.
I want plutonium. That's me.
Yeah, but you can't wear plutonium.
How do you know that's not the secret to my success?
Well, he needs it for his.
I'm not going to try it.
Just remember, he needs that for his Lazarus pits. That's the whole point.
Lazarus pit. Yeah.
But that's what gets me about it. Is people are like, well, it's not real. Who the hell cares? I want something functional, and if it looks nice, it looks nice.
Well, by functional, what are you going to put it in a laser or something? It's just jewelry.
Yeah. Well, even if you were going to put it in a laser, the synthetic one would be better for that.
Well, when I'm saying functional is if I want something to look nice, do I really care if it's real gold or if it's stuff that looks identical to gold?
Wow.
No,
the synthetic stuff tends to leave a coppery color on your skin.
But a perfect example is the difference between having 14 karat gold and 22 karat gold. It's like,
well, that makes sense. Yeah, I prefer gold that's been cut. It tends to be stronger.
That's it. Well, just like I prefer white gold, but who the hell cares? Unless you're trying to do it for. And to be fair, a lot of women. And this is going back, especially like in Middle Eastern countries. Women buy lots of jewelry because their husband can divorce them, and they get to keep the jewelry during the divorce. So it's a way of protecting themselves if they're suddenly left husband, without a husband. I said, okay, fine, I understand that aspect, but the rest of it is like, I care what it looks like. Yeah, I agree with you, but if someone's happy with it, who the hell cares if it costs, $200,000 versus
the Borgias? That's who cares. The De Boers. Who are not Dutch or even South African.
I was thinking
you mean
of
the beers.
I was thinking of the Romanovs, because when I went to Russia, man, I have never seen so many gold-plated rooms in my life. And I mean, the entire room was plated in gold.
Yeah.
Good God, this is ridiculous.
If I had the money, I would plate a room in gold too.
Actually, you know what?
And I would be tackier about it than a Russian, just cause.
Well,
That's
if I
not
was
hard
going
to do. I mean,
well, to me, I would much rather have the stuff that I
Yeah,
saw
just aim
with
for just
ceramics.
below Trump.
Well, that was, just like all these people talk about stuff, and I went to the Hermitage. Where's the world's largest art museum? The Hermitage, not the Louvre. Louvre's number 2. And I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, you look at some of these things and people just forget about it. It's okay, but if it's too gaudy, I don't care. It's like, okay, look, it's another guy. We went to one that was a blue room where they had the ceramic tiles, and that was much prettier in my view. I much prefer those kinds of scenes over wood carvings that are now plated in gold. Because it's too much. When it's too much, you lose the effect.
Mm-hmm.
And it was fine when it was one room, but when it was room after room after room of gold, it was like, really?
Yeah. Well, it's just like a wealth symbol for the most part. But
oh yeah, absolutely. But again, that's what we're talking about. Virtue signaling. Virtue signaling is a wealth symbol too.
yeah, well, it always is. But
it's. What would the people in high society think of me? Not like, am I doing the right thing and am I right with God?
yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
too much green.
I mean, that's what gets
Look
me.
at my shirt. Do you think there's such thing as too much green?
No, too much green on my palette.
Yeah.
But,
I'm actually painting. I've actually knocked out 1, 2.
Yeah, I got distracted from the work I was doing.
1,
when I went
2,
to
3.
food.
Where's the other one? I think I knocked out 4 out of the 10.
This is good. This is good.
And actually 5, maybe. Yeah, about 4 out of the 10 that I started with. But I'm going to put some green on this little guy here, and I will consider him done.
Hey, Raven's in chat.
Oh, hey, Raven, I just sent you
Hello, Raven.
a while ago. I was wondering if you were going to show up.
Yeah.
I sent her the link before the show, and I know she had a class tonight.
What is Raven learning?
That's what she's teaching, I think.
What is Raven learning? Raven, what are you teaching? Space Cadet. It's Major Tom here. What are you teaching?
IT, technical, internet. Yeah.
Oh, fucking Raven teaching technology. The AA battery goes in this way, and it's the wrong way.
No. I thought when he said IT, I was thinking, oh, she's teaching interstellar travel. Yeah. Well, little side note, it's just like our games, who cares if I know exactly on how something works? Just how does it work in the game and just make it.
Yeah, I don't. That's why I play other characters. I don't expect to have to go to Hogwarts to play a wizard.
Well,
yeah.
You probably should go to Hogwarts. It's where you belong.
Well, you know what I mean. That was the first thing that I pulled out.
Fuck, man, just run with the insult.
No.
But that's one of the problems I have with Bo's game is, he wants the science to be so hard as to be unenjoyable. It's in some cases. I want that Star Wars, Star Trek, even Dune ability to go to other planets at the drop of a fucking hat.
Yeah, go there and have a little techno babble, right? To wave away the. I'm using the flux capacitor to solve the womb.
Yeah.
No. I'll give you an example because Bo is a nurse. is when I say, okay, I want to do this. He says, well, tell me exactly on how you want to, like, do the
I don't
pulmonary.
fucking know. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a doctor. We're playing a role playing game. There's a reason. There's a skill. Just tell me what my character does.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, the same thing with you though, Owen. You don't like artificial gravity. Why not? I know it's not, within. We have no concept on how to do it.
There are
No,
some
no,
theories.
no.
that
Part
are
of the
around.
reason that I don't, well, yes, but I'm not telling you that you have to do the F, times whatever, divide by squared. The formula for it is my whole point. I don't say, well, how are you going to grip the gun? Are you using this one or this one? How you can do a layup if you're going to, it's like, no, my character makes a free throw. I'm not saying, well, I have to make sure I bounce my legs. And, that's what I'm referring to. I don't like artificial gravity just because I don't mind hard sci-fi, but guess what? I'm not asking you that you have to know everything about gravity to do that. It's the same thing with if you take a biology, it's like, well, please tell me the definition of a species.
See, for me, Owen, I like artificial gravity because then when I take it away, it brings a sense of danger and etc. If it's always not there, then I lose one more tool in the toolbox of horror, and uncomfortableness and difficulty by not being able to take it away, unless in fact I suddenly give them gravity, in the no gravity game, and suddenly they're getting smacked up against stuff because I'm doing that. It seems more fun to take it away and go, okay, now you got to struggle with it. That was one of the, like in Traveler, if you remember, having those zero G combat skills had meaning because it wasn't that you were using them all the time, but when you needed them, you were the go-to guy who could, actually function and do whatever thing they needed to have done.
Well, you understand when we're talking, there are ways of creating gravity, even in modern day. It's usually either centrifugal force or you're going to be
Constant acceleration.
Yeah, which is what they did in Star Frontiers. Oh, well, you always going to accelerate or decelerate, and they just flip the ship whichever direction, so it always feels like gravity's the same way.
That's what they do in Battletech.
Yeah, the important part of gravity is that whenever you start getting, so to say that I don't like it, what I don't like is, you completely ignore the effects of gravity and G forces if you're making turns and things like that.
Oh no. I mean that's the kind of, again, that's a way of showing stress and difficulty by having those things.
Well, my whole point again is it's not that I don't mind. I just, by having gravity, they did in Babylon 5, if you remember, where you can have gravity in places, but I like having the ability where the gravity is variable, and it depends on what you do with the ship.
Oh yeah, I definitely don't have a problem with different gravities on different worlds. You get there and oh shit, everything's heavy, or you do the John Carter, everything's light. That's fun too.
John Carter was a little absurd, though.
Yeah, it was. But the reason I liked it was because one, at the beginning of the movie, right? I was with my family, who Jackie was 3. I was the only one who knew what the hell we were going to watch, and I was surrounded by a bunch of people who either did not have any idea what the frick was going on, or they didn't even speak English. But at the beginning of the movie, it lightened the mood. Everybody was laughing at the ridiculousness of it, and they're like,
glossy.
"Oh, it's a little too not blurry. There's too much reflection. That's a damn nice. Is that still in the shrink wrap?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's why. A little too.
But no, I mean, but I got the 2300 AD because I've been waiting for it. It was on Amazon for half off. I was like, oh, okay.
Really?
You gotta start putting up links when you find these things, man.
Well, it might be a one of a kind deal, right?
I don't know. I wait until
Amazon, no.
Well, with Amazon, it's a 30% coupon, and I had to wait for that. So it might take 6 months or something. But I have it on my list.
Well, because I've come across items, it's the last one kind of thing.
Sure.
Or this particular seller, or however they do it, it's only got the one copy.
And they're getting rid of it. I mean, that's part of it. It's like, okay, yeah, I agree. But like I said, is I've been waiting for this. I've had the PDF for it for probably 2 years, and it's okay.
See,
Finally,
I'm the kind of guy I would want the original just so I know what's different, and the original is probably just as expensive as the new, all the bells and whistles edition, and
but again, I don't like Old Traveler. I don't. I hate the art. I hate the style.
I've got Mongoose second edition. It's fine.
Yeah, well, this is second edition. Is my point for 2300. This isn't
Right,
the old first.
but
edition.
it's still, that's the funny thing about Traveler is
Oh, now, bro, how many bottles of Jergens do you need up there?
I buy them in 5. This one I don't. This one doesn't work very good. And this one I use for my because I get really chapped hands. So.
Yeah.
Got to keep that dome smooth, right? No,
that's not what you're referring to.
Just not that dome.
I know. I was just trying to lessen the blow. Traveler has almost not changed at all throughout the editions. The art may have changed, but the rules are essentially, they may have added some new little things here and there. But as far as, or reverse a mechanic here or there, but it's the same freaking, if I make up my character the same way through, over the past 40 plus years, to me, it's the same freaking game. What's happening behind the DM screen, most people don't care. Think about it. The GM is 1 in 4 to 6, 8 players. The players usually don't give a shit what he's rolling.
But the players don't even need to buy the book, to be fair. I mean, that's the other part too. Let's be honest.
I don't even think there is a GM's guide for Traveler, is there? There's a bunch of supplements and things like that. But if your players showed up with the book, you're not like, oh, what are you doing? Ever.
Well, I mean, there's the Traveler companion. Well,
no, I think there was the referee's guide in Mega Traveler, but Mega Traveler was broken because they forgot to put like the most important mechanic rule in the game, which was how do you resolve a difficulty roll on a skill or something. I'm like, how do you forget that? How do you roll to see if you succeed at using a skill? I think
layout matters to me. Layout matters. Art matters to me. A lot of it is if I don't enjoy reading it, I'm not going to play the game. I'm just going to be honest about it. It's because that I have to feel like I enjoy reading the book to actually get fulfilled about it.
Trust me, Mongoose second edition is awesome.
No, I have the bundle of holding that has it along with the high guard and stuff like that. But the setting wise, 2300 is my favorite.
Well, you make your own setting. That's what Traveler was always about. The Traveler setting was literally one of the most boring settings ever because it was supposed to be, subconsciously make you either want to buy it or buy into their setting, and either way, they were happy.
Well, no, I understand, but again, 2300, and part of me for any game system is look, give me your setting because your setting to me is just as important as your rules for everything. Because that should
me, I'm a setting over system guy too, but that game was not designed. I mean, think about it. The bare minimums. In the old days, you made every planet up from scratch. Well, if I'm doing that, I'm making the setting, aren't I?
You understand that for Traveler, I never even looked at a Traveler book till 2022, so I had no frame of reference for those.
That's a shame, because it really is it's one of those systems that you literally could use to run any game. I literally saw it back in the mid 80s. There was a supplement came out called Thieves World, which was I have the book somewhere, but it's a science. Not science fiction. It's a fantasy Thieves World kind of D&D game, right?
I read the Thieves World books.
When you bought the Thieves World box set, that was I think made by the same company made RuneQuest and Cthulhu. I forget the name of the company.
Chaosium.
It had the conversion rules in it to bring any character from all of the main games out there, and one of the games was freaking Traveler. And this in Thieves World had bona fide spellcasting, wizardly
Sure.
characters. And what they do, they just made a skill called magic. Level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. And that's all they did. Okay, you're a wizard. Okay, you've got magic 4. Okay.
Well, I mean, but again, a lot of this is when I come into it that's why I'm just saying I never touched Traveler. And to be honest, and a lot of people forget about this, is unless it was sold at Barnes and Nobles and the normal thing, I never saw anything like Traveler until 1991 when I went to Orlando. So we're talking I'd already been playing for about 9 years. So that's. But
I was kind of fortunate in that respect. My old man was taking me to game shops when I was like 8 to look for like World War II shit, and that's where I started finding, fantasy stuff. And from that point on, up until recently when I moved here in the last 13 years, where there is a game store, but it's not really a game store. It's a comic book shop, and there is another one that's more of a comic book shop, but I'm sure they have some game stuff, but I haven't been there in years. Other than that, I have always, and I do have a Games Workshop, but I've always been within a couple of miles of a decent RPG type gaming store.
Well, for me,
So
it's
I
always been
always
bookstores, and they only had a limited section. That's why I never saw Gamma World. I never saw a lot of the stuff. They would have a Dragon magazine, they would have the D&D stuff, and then sometimes the Star Frontiers, and that was usually about it. And then Barnes and Noble when they started having stuff from FASA, and that was pretty much. And then because FASA included Shadowrun, BattleTech, Earth Dawn. There's probably like a couple of others in there too.
probably Palladium, maybe not Palladium, but
Well, Palladium was one of those that I was able to see, and that was about it. And so when you're talking about a lot of this stuff, and I don't have a lot of the same nostalgia, and to be fair, since I do like looking at a lot of different systems, I go over and I go, oh, that's a good system. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I do like this, and that's part of the reason. But I like the setting for 2300. I like what I saw for Traveler.
well, it's not just so much nostalgia for me. It's a bit of a historian, I guess. I like getting these behind the scenes stories of what it took to get these games to print and the
So
reading the
2300.
originals.
2300. What edition is that?
This is the newest Traveler edition,
What's
2300
up, Derek?
setting. So it's the
Okay,
so
it's the Mongoose
it's the
second
Mongoose
edition.
second edition, and then what this one has is it has how to do the characters and equipment for 2300, and of course they split it apart. But it used to be that Twilight 2000 moved into 2300, and because they've separated out those two IPs now, they're not really related like they used to be. When it was under what was it, Game Designers Workshop or whatever.
Yeah, it was GDW.
But
which was a really good company back in the day. They made some really good RPGs, but they also made even better war games or quasi board games that.
But there's nothing really stopping you from saying it's the same setting in your own home game.
No.
Well, they kind of have like because I've seen some stuff on 2300. They've got a much smaller universe or explorable world map of the stars and crap.
But I enjoy that aspect because limitations. People forget about this by having so much, and a lot of times, like, man, that's a lot of work. And look, you can do either way, but I do enjoy looking at. They have all the worlds in this one are that they of the known universe. Basically, they have maps for every one of the planets. They have a blurb about it, which that's why I said, okay, that's enough for the setting. You give me it, players. It also gives a good frame of reference. Don't get me wrong. I'm interested in that. What is it? That world builder that Mongo just brought out for their Traveler. It's not that I don't enjoy it, but I am not completely wed to certain settings. This is one of the reasons that I used to hate D&D when they're like, well, the books say such and such. The novels. I said, I don't give a damn about the novels. Yeah. I said,
no, I'm too much of a control freak to buy into any of that. I gotta build my worlds from the ground up. Period.
You know what, those I don't feel that I have to do that. I will build up around with what they have. But what I want is I want a good enough framework that is not so overly developed that I can't put my own.
I think that went over his head again.
For which?
I'm so much of a control freak.
Oh, no, it was. But no, I
Oh,
understand.
now. You gotta learn to relax and be a little less literal.
No, I'm saying what I like whenever I get a system for the whole thing, which is I enjoy having the framework, and I'll fill in the blank spots. But a setting should have enough blank spots the DM can do that to make it his own.
Right, because for me, a setting doesn't have to be, literal. It could be more of a feel, like Cyberpunk. There was very little world to it, but you got the feel. You knew what it was going to be like. In those 3 thin little books that you got, you're like, oh my God, I can already picture it all. But there were no maps, maybe some modules came out after a while, but it wasn't all freaking codified. It was like, especially since it was such a low to the ground game, your characters are
It had it. If you looked at the very beginning, they had their setting and they talked about the history and stuff like that.
Right, but it wasn't literally like graphed out, gridded out, statted out. It was, wherever you want to play, your characters are this big compared to this big giant world, and you're more than likely to end up being a grease stain than anybody famous.
Yeah.
Unless you made like a rocker, I guess.
I'll be honest, is not that I liked first or second edition. I didn't enjoy 4th edition for Shadowrun, but I pretty much gutted that setting because I hated so much of the Native American tribes and crap like that. Like, I don't mind having magic and I don't mind having gunplay, but let's stop doing some of this weird, really weird crap.
I've always had a kind of not going to use Earth except in very, very limited circumstances. If you're playing on Earth, it's either going to be like a Western, or it's going to be it's going to be in a very finite time period, between like the 1800s and a couple of years from now. That's
but here's the thing though, and I think this is the important part.
Because that's all I remember.
Yeah. Well, no. What I'm referring to is by having the game set in quote the
clearly. It's all he remembers clearly. He remembers the rest of it in vague details.
It was all that time he spent in the opium dens. But the
good times, man, good times.
But usually, and this is the nice thing about picking a setting that's very familiar to people, is that they already have a frame of reference, which is where Earth works out fairly well. Whether it's 1800s, that's why I think fantasy does so well, because people feel like they know what it is.
Without being bogged down with semantic detail.
George liked the Shadowrun setting. I just, it was just, I don't know. It was like they were trying to put everything into it, like Palladium's GURPS. It's like
I know enough about Seattle that I don't like it. I don't need Seattle with fucking hippie space.
I'll be honest. It's the times I've visited Seattle, I'm like, okay, it's been a nice city.
No, it was just too much. Just too much. It was like, too many flavors. Like when you get that ice cream that's literally like it's got 40 different flavors, or grabbing a random scoop of jelly bellies, or jelly beans or whatever, and you try to eat them all at once. You can't enjoy any one of the flavors because you're just being bombarded.
It's called fruit punch.
No. Here's the problem.
That was it for me, I think.
No. The problem is that it's the jelly bellies, because the jelly bellies makes Bean Boozled, which is you get a bunch of different jelly beans and each one has 2 different flavors. One that's a good flavor, one that's a bad flavor, like vomit and sour milk and boogers and stuff like that is some of it. And when you eat it all together, you just get something that's like, oh, this is terrible. That's the problem with some of it. There are good nuggets in there and there are bad nuggets. Like, okay,
yeah, because when you add,
I don't know, man. You shouldn't be picking your nose for nuggets.
I mean, think about like flavor combination.
It's just
black licorice and buttered popcorn. No, they don't go together. You know what I mean?
Well, no, but that's what I'm joking about. But
you know what I
they
mean?
Also had but that one was also, I think, like the buttered popcorn was also like vomit or something if you got the wrong one for Bean Boozled. And this is the other part that whenever it comes into settings, if I have to do so much work that I would be better off starting from the ground up, I'm like, okay, that turns me off of it.
Well, see, that's my job as the GM. I feel I gotta, unless I'm buying into somebody's world setting, which there are a few I would.
Yeah, that's fine.
I figure it is kind of my job to make the world.
You do too much work. I'm telling you this right now.
Dude,
As a person
I've
playing a
written like
game,
2 pages tops.
it's too much. You said 8 pages. It's 8 pages too much.
No. Actually, I'll be honest. This is I don't. Well, I know that Justin's joking for that, but I don't mind. I don't. But see, I like.
This is my serious face.
Which is, you know when you start with the smaller,
It's the wrong hand.
build out.
It's
It's
the wrong
usually
hand.
my stick, folks. If
Oh
you
wait,
don't- if you're
no.
not
It was
clear.
right hand. What power?
But I mean, but if you start off with the
Nice.
smaller and then you build out, which is
You
what
did it
Guy
again.
Heads did
It's a
with
callback. You
Nighthawk.
did it earlier, man.
Nice stick swipe.
But I hate saying this. The problem with Mongoose is they're so expensive. I only go buy the physical copies when they're like half off.
They're nicely put
This
together.
is $99 normally. Normally it's $99.
And
That's my way for half.
Imagine if you lived in Canada, it would be $99 plus inflation plus shipping.
Wait a minute.
So it'd be like $250.
Well, yes. Oh, wait a minute. That's $99, and that's all. That's $250 US, not Canadian dollars. I don't know what they're doing, but again, that's why when I look at some of these, I'm like, okay, I like some of it. Now, some of the manga are trash. Don't get me wrong. I've seen some of it's like, why would you?
We're losing you.
Yeah, your mic is
It's just like, I swear, it just like went flat.
I don't know. Like I said,
It's
and then
fixed now.
but you know what? Some of it may have just come from the who knows what my internet settings are doing now. So, but
I don't know.
But again, I like 2300 for a setting. I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, because I like that frontier style Firefly aspect to it, which is what 2300. 2300 is more like Firefly than it is like Star Trek or some of the higher stuff like that.
Well, they have artificial.
12. That's why I like tech level 12 and that.
They have artificial gravity in Firefly.
Yeah.
Mainly because it's a lot easier to film, but
and they never even talk about it. It's just one of those givens. Here's the thing with tech levels. I never liked in Star Frontiers how everybody had the same tech level from one edge of the galaxy to the other. I like dips and peaks and valleys.
Star Frontiers was a small. If you actually look at it, it probably took you about a month to go from one side of it to the other.
Right, and it was, it was just their way of saying, "See, we did sci-fi." I totally get that, but in like 2300, I still get kind of that same feeling as you're never going to go above 12. Well, why not? I mean, look at like the original Star Trek, the original series. There were times when they would hit tech level 3, okay, sticks and stones, cavemen, or the roaring 20s or whatever, but then they would be freaking way out of their league when they went to the City on the Edge of Forever or other episodes where the tech was like, might as well be magic, because even these rocket scientists can't figure it out. I like that idea. That way it lets the GM throw some like shit that's like mind-blowing, as opposed to, oh, we can figure this out. As long as we've got an engineer, we can figure it out. I want there to be stuff that they shouldn't be able to figure out, but maybe they can figure out, as opposed to, if we make the right, well-rounded party, we're good.
Well, it's not that you don't have tech level like 13 or 14 in certain instances, but 13 and 14 is not accessible to players, or there's certain ones like certain races have technology that they can't explain or understand. That's the whole point of that. But
and I don't have a problem giving my players, a tech level 20 gadget. I
don't enjoy that.
Like
I don't like those high power stuff as a GM, either for myself or the players.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to give them a tech level 20, Veranti disruptor, or planet killer, but maybe a grav belt that works, because it's tech level 20, and it's the equivalent of like the old Buck Rogers kind of grab belt where it's just two little cones strapped onto a belt. You know what I mean? Just for the lightening of the load. You don't need this giant piece of equipment. Now it's something handheld or portable.
But see, I enjoy that aspect of some of the grittier aspect for that.
Yes, like it's a rare artifact. Maybe you found it in like a box in a shop somewhere, but there's no way to repair it if it gets broken, or
What's up, Mungo?
you
well,
might you might
Videos all night? All night.
lure the ire of someone who will want to steal it, because like how the fuck is he doing that?
Mhm.
But see, that's not really. Again, if you actually look at, I think the average tech level actually in 2300 is 10, and then 11 is your fairly cutting edge, and then 12 is your military, top secret tech kind of thing, which is what I like because it does limit the players in certain ways, but it also forces them, and that's part of the reason I like having the lower tech, is players now have to think their way through them relying on a gadget to get through it.
Well, I've never played Traveler, obviously, but
To be
there
fair,
are-
neither have I. I'm just looking at like what the settings are for what I
there
like.
are a lot of like sci-fi novels that I've read over the last 15 years or so that have been like farmer finds alien starship and now has to figure out how to do thing or whatever. Like
Mhm.
there was this junkyard starship, and there are a few others like that, but where it's like just some random guy is thrust into ever evolving technologies.
Yeah, but because
like
when we all talk
modern
about,
day person level of technology, whatever the today's technology level would be in.
well, but what I'm saying is and this is what it comes down to when I'm joking with Shadow about stuff, is the DM has to like the setting too, and I like the harder, grittier settings for certain parts. It's like, okay, here's your limitation, and that limitation applies to me as well. It's like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
and
well,
I have no problems with that, but I don't like the stuff that it's so far out there.
yeah,
I see that, but in some case I do. I do and I don't. But because you can play Numenera and you can get those all over the place for something.
yeah. Well, what I mean by that is like starting with someone that has nearly no technology.
You can do that in 2300.
And
it's
then
the
slowly
fun.
work your way up.
Yeah.
By doing things like what was that movie? Explorers. Was it Explorers back in the 80s? It had River Phoenix in it.
I don't know.
It was about these three kids.
Oh well, that's why I didn't watch it. I didn't watch
Yeah,
it.
they were like 13 or 14 or whatever, right?
No, I understand. I didn't like watching movies with kids in them, even when I was a kid.
Yeah. Well, one of them's having these dreams about this device or whatever, and he builds it, and they end up taking an old tilt-a-whirl cart. You know, the ones with the big cone back.
Yeah.
They build a front on it, and it allows them to travel into space, and they meet some aliens who turn out to be kids that stole their dad's space car.
But no, I mean, part of the reason I like the 2300 is, guess what? You're still familiar with spaceships, but in many cases, you're still going to be, you're probably still using a tractor. You're still familiar with a lot of the technologies of modern day. It's not that things have completely changed everywhere. I mean, what we're forgetting about in many cases, if you're looking at tech level 15 or 16, it's the difference between saying, oh, you're an agrarian farmer in 1200, and now you've come to the modern day where all of a sudden we have tractors and fly. It's how fantastic do you want to be for the equivalent? I'm like, no, I like it because it's familiar that the players can get into it, and it's not where the technology overrides most of the players.
Well, the reason why I bring up that movie is I would have no problem playing that kind of game where you start off like the tractor dwelling people, and you just got that one mysterious piece of technology that allows you to to build a ship, because it's like the one thing that you need to get out of.
But I would rather the players say, "Hey, here you start off with a ship, or here's what you're going for," and it's I kind of like the Firefly aspect to it. And if you really look at it, Firefly didn't have a lot of high, well, we consider very very high tech.
It was in the world, you just weren't dealing with it in the show.
Well, yeah, we had a little bit, but it's the same thing with Babylon 5. I mean, Babylon 5 did have some with its, there's certain things in there. And we'll see. There's, they've got their bad guy that's an external threat. They've got the pentapods, which are an unknown, which are kind of cool. And they have weird tech. And then you got a couple other species out there that are, they have a couple of higher tech, which they don't share. But other techs they absolutely suck at. Like they have no interstellar travel. And so they got just destroyed from that aspect. But they do have a couple of technologies that are superior to what's in there. And so, of course, it gives you plot hooks on, well, you need to go steal this, or you need to go find out how to rebuild this one, or what are they doing, which is what I like. But like I said, I like the smaller worlds. I don't like things where it's like, oh, there's 40,000 worlds out there. Okay, there are some aspects to it, but I kind of like players to feel like, there's a home. There's certain things they feel an attachment to somewhere. If it's just going to be, hey, it's a new world every episode, you don't really get attached to it, which is fine if you want the serialized stuff like they did in Star Trek.
So you're more of a Space 1999 fan.
For what do you mean by that?
By tech level and somewhat of a confined sandbox.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Whether it's Babylon 5 or Firefly, Firefly is about where I really like it, because
Firefly is like my favorite sci-fi of all time. But I did see, like anytime they were in the core, that tech level was leaps and bounds above theirs, or at least
it was. But if you look at the tech level for Firefly, that was probably a 10, and the core was about a 12. That's my point. It was not so.
I couldn't venture a guess as to what tech they had at the core, but it was significantly higher than what was on board the Firefly.
Sure.
And even like so like the scenes they did with the holograms, in Serenity, where they were looking at the events and the technology it would take to make that, as well as the hospital world and even the big battle at the end and stuff like that. Numerically, it could have gone much higher. That's the point. The point was, in the story they were trying to keep it, within the crew's ability to handle, because had it gone much higher, they would have lost and captured and.
But that's my point. Is that's about where to be fair, and I'll have to go double check where the Traveler everything is in there. It's what 8. We're at what tech level 8, I think, right now or so.
Something like 8, 9.
So we're there. When you get to 10, that's when you start getting the interstellar travel. Once you get to 11, that's when you're getting, and that's about where you're going there. Then you have the cutting edge, which would be the 12. And I said, okay, there are, what is it? 1,000, I think, somewhere. That's only like one or two tech levels, and people forget about that, and that's a huge leap when you start looking at it. And that's kind of what I like about it is I want it to be familiar. Again, a lot of it is the players still familiar with it. Now I say that, but then I've also got the Imperium one, which that has a much higher tech level when you start looking at it. It's like, oh, okay, now we're probably at 13.
Because it is admittedly fun to put the sci-fi characters in the low areas.
Yes.
When Justin and I were talking about one of the short stories, I like the idea of that space western, where they may have robot horses or whatever, and grav vehicles, but they're still walking around, in a dusty Adobe, town, or something like that. But there's the moisture vaporators off in the distance, or a freaking big old satellite dish out in the middle of nowhere, bringing the town its news and crap like that. It is fun to to pull them back. But I also like the idea of kind of like in Total Recall. At the end of the movie, they're dealing with tech that's like 10 levels higher. You know what I mean? When
Mm-hmm,
Wade has to put his hand in that thing, that one, moment where you're like seeing that there's all kinds of other crap clearly possible, but still, no matter what you do, it's going to be out of reach. Those
Well, yeah.
glimpses of the strange and the unusual and the way out there. That's part of the dream and fantasy of sci-fi is to, you know, see things that you will never see in the real world.
Well, no, I
Mhm.
agree with you. But again, what I really should talk about is what's accessible to players and what are they normally interacting with. And I don't, and it's, you're going to say, when you start getting into Dyson spheres and stuff like that, now you're getting way out there. But I say that,
I'm a real big fan of the classic ancient alien trope of finding a lost dead civilization and exploring this where the tech level might not have been, excuse me, vastly higher, but because it is in fact alien, they've got to figure out how it works or why it worked or what it did. It may not even work anymore, but you can tell that they once upon a time could do these amazing things, but now it's left to bigger people than you. You may stake the claim and get a big reward for finding this place, but like in the Raiders of the Ark, it's going to be shuffled off into a crate somewhere that the government's going to keep hidden from the rest of the galaxy. But you're those one guys, the kind of stuff that's possible. But then
but see, I'm not against that. I'm just, but I want the
Yeah.
players, I want what players have access to, and the rest of the world generally to be at that lower level. Now, don't get me wrong. I like it when you're like, oh, well, let me go find. Part of the reason I love space more than necessarily why I love space is the exploration aspect and to find those things. And they don't have to be that much
Yeah.
higher tech level. They just have to be different. So even if you have a similar tech level, it's just people that enjoy traveling. I'm sorry, but when I traveled to certain parts of the world, it just felt like it's America light. And then other places, like when I went over to like, Asia, it's a whole different world. And that's what you really want. You want this, hey, this is a whole different culture. This is a whole different architecture. It's a whole different environment. And that's what I like about space. Don't get me wrong. That's
yeah.
when we're
My
talking
dream, my dream sci-fi campaign is literally one of those adventures where the players are on like the trail where they have to go to a bunch of different planets to finally get to the one place that has the
Travel log.
you're right. The X marks the spot where they find the thing, whatever the thing may be. It could be one little crystal, or it could be a whole freaking planet full of ancient technology that for whatever reason is enough for them to,
But
you know,
that's a railroad, bro.
It's not a railroad per se. I want to put it this way: is to me, a railroad is the players have to follow an X, Y, and Z. They have to follow exactly the same thing. If I give you a sandbox, I'm sure we've all played sandbox.
Here's the thing.
No, but I mean,
Sandboxes are great for certain things, but as a GM, eventually it becomes you're at the complete and utter control of the players, and you have like very little.
I'm okay with that though.
Yeah.
I actually, as a DM, I prefer that. But what I'm saying by sandbox is, and I'm going to use Dark Sun for this. There are things in the world that you place that the players can find. I don't know if that's why I was talking about.
But see, at any time you do that, you risk the criticism of it's a railroad because you wanted them to find this, they found it, and now they really only have a limited number of choices because the choice is never going to be we don't care, we're moving on. It's never going to be that. Therefore, it's like A, B, or C, and each one of those choices leads to an obvious result.
See, you and I have different views of sandboxes. Is my view of a sandbox is here you go. Guess what? I can put this over here. I can put this ruin over here, and this ruin over here, and this ruin over here. I can put that. The players decide where they're going to go explore.
Right.
Yeah.
But
the whole point.
The thing is your rune a quantum rune or just a rune? Right? If it's in the world, it's in the world. If the players never find it, Well, guess what? You can pull that card out and
But
put it into a
anything they
different
do
game.
find can become a railroad.
Yes, yes,
A lot of these
but
things
I'm not
always
saying
lead
that.
to an obvious, course of actions. You found anything, it doesn't matter what it is. Now suddenly the most obvious thing to do with that
Well,
experience is to take it to its next conclusion.
I don't know, but playing with you, I think it's because when you do, like you personally, when you do introduce things into the game, you don't let them breathe. Uh, because you have this habit of wanting things to be exciting to draw people back in, and instead of just allowing people to like enjoy the things that
So,
you've presented them with.
so
Um,
I'm gonna bring up the Dark Sun map or the Greyhawk map. Do
Yeah.
you remember when you first pulled that out
mhm.
and you read just the little blurb, which is only like a paragraph or two for each country?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, that's my point. But it's only a paragraph or two. One is it's not so fleshed out, but guess what? The players go, look, oh, I'd like to go to the tournament. What about the Sea of Dust? I mean, the Sea of Dust looks awesome. I would love to go there, but guess what? As a DM, I don't have to tell them to go to the Sea of Dust. They see it in the corner of the map. If they want to go see a dust, you know what? They may go, I don't want to do that. I want to go to the nautical. Okay. But you're giving them
I did run a pretty lengthy campaign in the Sea of Dust. It's funny you mentioned that.
yes, but what I'm referring to is but the players get to decide where they're gonna play in your sandbox, is my point. And like Justin's saying is if I go over and I don't even have to flesh stuff out, but if we all remember, I don't know if you've ever played The Witcher 3, they have the little board where you can get the different missions and stuff.
No, I never
I can
played.
put up a bunch of different missions, which are
Okay.
all books.
Well,
Right, but
and if nobody checks the board, they don't see that.
Yeah,
Hey, Raven.
exactly.
oh, sorry, Ray.
I'm gonna do the same thing. When Omnow showed up, showed up, not shut up. I have to go to the bathroom again.
Hey, what's up, Raven?
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
And
In a minute, Raven.
so a perfect example, Shadow, is if you go over and you say such and such, the crystal world of blah blah blah. If the players want to go to the crystal world, they get to explore the crystal world.
Right, but see,
But
here's
but,
the
but
thing.
but they don't have to go there. If I don't have to flesh it out, I only flesh it out if they want to go there.
Right, but anytime they go anywhere, you're going to have the criticism. Someone's going to say it's now a railroad.
No, the problem when people feel it's a railroad is when you're kind of forcing them into that direction. You're funneling them into a certain direction. If I don't feel like I'm funneled, like if I say, guys,
But
would
see,
you like to
I've
go
never funneled any of you guys. I
we feel funneled. I'm saying we
but that's
feel
because you're
funneled.
DMs, though. That's
No,
part of it. Trust me,
I,
I've never heard any of this from anybody else, which it's good criticism. But there does come a point where you know they're going to have to uh, make a choice,
but
and that choice leads to obvious things that you have to plot out.
I understand that. Our point being is that we would like to have things based on our actions rather than purely external actions determining what our actions are going
But
to be.
that's how the real world is, though. When you get yourself into a dangerous situation, you can't just run away, or you can, but you miss out on you know
No. You don't understand what we're trying to say for this, which is you don't know when to say, okay, congratulations, you did this. Here's your breather for certain parts. It's kind of the thing of, oh, well, we're going to do this. I hate saying this. This is someone that was in war. Most of the time, there's a lot of dead time. There really is, and when there isn't dead time in there, we are feeling that there's. And when I say dead time, is at adventure, you know, and then you have this period of dead time, which you don't have to role play, but it's there. That's
and you've actually had more dead time than not. It's just you guys didn't do anything with it, or didn't want to do anything with it. The
I
travel,
literally could not train a character for like 2 real world months for 7 days.
mind you, we didn't play. We missed like 3 or 4 games out of that time,
Okay,
or you did.
again, and this was our complaint. I'm not trying to give you through this. The whole point was when we took the ship back, there should have been a breather in there, and you didn't give us that breather. That's what I'm trying to refer
Yeah,
to.
but I can't always force that.
No,
You
no,
know,
no. The
it would
problem
have
was
made
that
no
you forced us
sense.
not to have a breather. That's our complaint. Is you force
Well,
us.
you guys will have a breather. You've gotten to that point, but literally, had you tried to take one prior to this particular situation, um, things would have, the bad guys would have done things that would have made it far worse than had you been, on the aggressive side as opposed to the reactive side.
Okay, okay. Again, our whole point was is that this comes down to the storytelling. Is you give them the big climax, and then you let them rest, and then you can come back and say, oh, well, by the way, we found out more information in there, and then that's when you do the leader. Which what when we talked about when we took the ship, that's when you should have said, okay, guys, congratulations, good stop, and says, you know what, they took some more guys with them, and we're doing, hold on here. You're trying to put us through too much of a roller coaster. Instead, whether it's movies or anything else, you need climaxes and you need dead time. So then those climaxes come back up. Sorry, I'm just trying to, and that's just part of the storytelling for that. I noticed this, whether it's movies or other things. That's all we're
Your
trying
mic's
to do.
doing that thing again.
Okay, I don't know what to tell you about that. But again, when we're starting to look at this, and this is my whole point of when you're saying sandbox, there's a difference. If I put the stuff out there and the players decide to grab onto a hook, that's great. What I don't want them to do is feel that, oh, you got this hook, and now I'm going to put another hook into you and pull you further than you wanted to, rather than saying, hey, guys, you get to determine. And you can still have your main storyline in the background going along at, on its timeline. But I don't know. Whenever you've been playing a game, whenever I play a game, I like to explore the world a lot. Uh, and say, okay, I'll go do the main quest later on. I'm going to do all these side quests. I enjoy the side quests as much as anything else, whether it's Witcher or something else. Uh, and that's part of it. Is not everything has to be a main quest every game. It's part of it. And I think that's what Justin talked about. Let us enjoy some side quests every so often.
Well, like it's not even that we're on the main quest. It's the constant pressure
Yeah.
of being on it. But hey, we're on the boat. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it.
Well, and
Yeah.
that's why I said it actually feels like good. We've had a complete, but sometimes it feels like
Well, like I said, one of the big problems was people not showing up. That for the people who are there, they don't want to just go. Well, we showed up, but now we're not doing anything. You know what I mean? And
but no, you always let us pick on what we're going to be doing if you give us enough options. That's the point of the sandbox. The sandbox provides so many options that we, not that you have to have everything fleshed out. And to be fair, I always think it's a dick move.
yeah, other than drawing a couple of maps, I really haven't done as much as you might think.
We know that, but the other part is look.
You've done more than you should have.
That's the real point. It's not, look. We don't need everything perfectly fleshed out, but we do need some of that downtime to enjoy and to, like he says, let your world breathe. Let the world develop around. This is why I talk about whenever they talk about players, it's nice to have a safe harbor to go back to, because then you get
Which
to learn
the
about
boat
the
is
NPCs.
supposed to be.
Which you've had, but you know.
But
Yeah,
you haven't made the
listen,
boat a safe harbor. Is my point. The
That's
boat
the
has not
thing.
been a safe
that's not
harbor.
true.
Yeah.
That's not true. You
It's,
guys
it's
had a
only
whole
been
week.
attacked twice. Now the thing is, at the 11th hour, you always try to put that hook in there, like
Yeah.
you're desperate for us to be intrigued.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. What?
At the 11th hour, you always put that hook in there, like you're desperate for us to be intrigued. When that hook actually is more annoying to most of the players.
Well, to us too.
Well,
I
Yeah,
don't
I
know
was going
about.
to say there's 2 out of 5.
Well, and to be
I wouldn't
fair,
even say that. Just say
2 out of 4.
Raven doesn't count. She doesn't know what
No.
she's doing.
well,
So and because she's here right now,
Welcome to
she's
the
on
show,
our
Raven.
team. So it's 3 out of 5.
no. What I'm saying though is, and
Don't
this
drag
is,
me into this.
Yeah, you
no.
already have been, and we've already told you you're on our team.
Well,
And you guys, I
Uh,
did give you the opportunity when
stop saying to give us the opportunity. You need to say it's shut down
and now you guys get to move on to another thing. It's the part
Well,
of it. Is
it's
that's
not
what
even that.
you have
It's
to give
like
us time to breathe in between,
You
so
had
then
you
we
had a
can.
whole week, but nobody took
not
advantage of it.
not the players, the characters.
No, I mean the characters. Literally, what was
It
the what
didn't
was
feel like it. It did not
because
seem like
nobody.
it.
Okay,
It seemed like it was the
prove it
next
to you.
day.
It was
Um,
literally the next day because you told me I didn't even have time to train, which was part of the whole joke for this
That's
thing.
bullshit, Omen. What has Crinkle been doing the whole last 2 sessions? Training.
But is other
The whole party could have done the same thing.
You
but
haven't
you
been
put
listening.
a
You've been
hook
missing.
out there encouraging players to it's like this the footsteps you told us we found at the end of a session
Well, how do I want to put this?
What
That
footsteps?
wasn't the problem. The
when we
problem.
were in the cave.
Well, no. We had the
That led to
cave.
the
We had all
door.
that. Then they took over the ship. That's
Oh
fine.
yeah,
If
yeah,
they
yeah,
took
yeah.
over the ship. Okay.
Those were like almost fossilized.
Okay. No. I don't mind that with the ship. But when we took the ship back, what was the next thing that you did? Oh, they stole the captain, and then they took this. And it's like you didn't let us have our chance to enjoy the victory. That was one, because that was a big thing. That took a couple of sessions for that. You didn't allow us to enjoy that victory, and then you didn't allow us to have
Sorry,
the time to
Raven.
breathe to enjoy the victory.
Yeah, I don't feel compelled to always let you get a
No,
breather.
but
I mean, that was like the one time, when that happened.
so we're recording the session.
What is the
now.
nature of the complaint, may I ask?
The problem was is that the nature of the complaint is that we feel like we're being railroaded instead of actually getting a chance to breathe in the world and learn about the world and do some other things. At first like, oh, okay, everyone's has to learn, but you have to realize that's been almost half of our entire sessions. That's the whole point of it. Is it's like, oh, okay. I didn't mind that we stopped at the island where we looked around. We had some stuff in there. Okay, that's
Still
good.
listening. Hold on.
Sure. It's when you took the ship, I was like, all right, I kind of feel railroady, but that's fine. But
There are small
yeah.
things that happen every now and then, like provocations in the world, right? Those will happen.
Right.
But it's the constant, and this happened right at the end of the
Yes.
session.
Yeah,
But
that's the whole thing. Is I would have preferred, again, that's why I said is when you get that climax with the ship, when we reclaim the ship, then it should have been, okay, guys, now you get your breather, and then you can set the hooks up, but the hooks are one of those things that we'll go do later. Not every hook has to keep on pulling you in a certain direction.
Watch.
Which one?
Which is about, like, if there had been about 50% of the ones we had existed, it wouldn't be a problem. But there's just too many of them.
Well, like I said, it was that one that I just felt like, oh, and they took this, and okay, well, we're going to have to.
Now, if that one had been there, but the one after that wasn't there,
Right.
and the one after that wasn't there,
Right.
it wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm referring to. That's why I said if you give players time to breathe with their victories, and then they get to go back to. And when I say safe harbor, you're like, well, the ship. Well, the ship is technically not a safe harbor. It's safer than it was before. But then we should have been going, okay, let's go to a harbor, and we go talk to people there. And we go meet and we breathe some area in there. We restock with troops and things. That's part of what comes into it.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't want to say this, and I hate saying this in a war comparison. When you fight your battle, when the battle's over, they rotate you in the back, even if the rest of the war is still going on. It's like, okay, you need to rest, recuperate, recover, and then we'll send you back out.
Well, I think that's what Shadow's trying to get with your one character being in the back.
But the problem really is it's just not the one character. It's like, I would like to play the character more, but I can't because he's stuck there, and he's been stuck there for 8 weeks because he can't do what I want him to do. And that was one.
8 real world weeks.
Right. Well, and those 8 real world weeks was encompassed 2 days, and that's part of it.
That happens sometimes. Like, but it's.
Well, I don't.
2-3 sessions, not 5-7.
Right. That was my whole thing for that. And then each one
We
of those
we
sessions.
had some missed sessions in between there. Like
No, I'm
as
not
a
saying that
whole
we
party.
didn't. I know that we had some missed sessions, but my point being is that it felt like everything was, hey, there's no recovery in here. Hey, there's no recovery in here. And that's not really how
No
D&D.
recovery?
Like time, like the event clock has ended, and we're doing like in between
Hey, let's because let's do the other
scenarios.
project. Go study some spells. Let's go do some research. Like there's nothing in there. Like normally what I would do, and I understand, when you stole the characters, normally what I would have done if there is I would have ended the adventure when we refit the ship, that we would have gone back to a port, and they said, oh, by the way, look at this. There's a greater evil behind there. Her name is blah blah blah. And then we said, oh, okay, well, how do we defeat blah blah blah? And then we would be looking around for other areas to how to do it before we even confront her. So she's a big bad without us ever seeing her way in the background. And then we get the culmination of when we face her again. It's kind of that aspect.
Worry a little less about jumping us up levels quickly.
Trust me, in a lot of other games, you would have probably gone up a lot faster.
I'm going to say
AD&D, mind you, had I, replaced most of the monsters with orcs and kobolds and typical first level monsters, that would have been the case.
But I'm going to say as much as I have played. Again, I'm playing in the BX game. One is I don't feel obligated to have to come into it every week, which is kind of what you were selling this as. Is hey, come in and play. It's like, hey, you're going to be in here for this week. Like, wait a minute, I've got this, or like my ankle's still bothering me, or my there's certain things like that. Whereas I don't feel obligated to do that with the BX game. If I take off 2 months, if I come back in, boom. You know what their highest level character in that game is right now, and they've been playing for over a year. It's 4th level, and they play.
Whoa!
Well, and they play 2 sessions every weekend. Well, I guess it's 1.5 is what it comes out to be. And we're going.
How many players are in that game?
During any one session,
Total.
anywhere from
total.
Probably 10 to 12.
We've got 6 tops.
But
they're also constantly recruiting.
Well, and if you look at it,
hey, anyone out there who wants to join Shadow's Sunday night game? It's Eastern time from 8 till 11.
I'm going to bring up the other part too, which is
just ask Shadow for his Discord.
Most of the people are probably already there, from what I can tell.
But I mean, but the other part is whenever we're getting into the like the Barrow Mason stuff. Well, we have sometimes 4 players show up, sometimes we have 8, and we just run
and mind you, certain people almost never miss a game, and so things have to continue.
I'm okay with things not continuing as the person who shows up the most regular.
Well, yeah, but you're missing what we do is usually by the end of the session.
I think you've only missed one game.
Me? I think 2.
Okay. But I mean, but usually whenever we go through the sessions is, we have one guy that shows up all the time, and of course he's the highest level. He's like 4th, 5th level. But the other players, we have 1st through 3rd, for a lot of them, and then our 1st level characters die, and so we have to go through a fair number of characters. Believe it or not,
I can oblige that.
Well, I mean, you have to put the thread in there and say, okay, and I'm not.
Yeah. I want to see Raven's characters die.
Grim almost lost 2 characters last game, and he's only missed one game.
Me?
Well,
it's funnier.
Well, I'm going to bring this other point too, which is
you haven't been blooded yet.
Well, character creation takes a fair amount of time in AD&D compared to BX. In BX, we roll up, and we're usually ready to roll out within about 10 minutes.
Literally, skill picks is I literally don't see any difference, to be honest, in making up characters. Picking languages, picking equipment, and a couple of skills, and you're done.
There's a lot of ancillary stuff that
there's a lot of ancillary stuff.
Like,
in
why the
AD&D,
fuck do you need to know how many sisters my character has?
Yeah, normally I don't know. I normally go into that.
You
But
required us to do it.
yeah, it was an experiment. I wanted to see if, like with Grimm, it actually helped out a lot. Um, and I think it helped with Mac and Armstrong, but I don't know. Mac's not here. Um,
I'm just like, and the funny thing is we have 3 DMs. We have 3 rotating DMs for the Old Geeks game. It's like, oh, you want to run a game? Okay, you get to run this week. And it's all the same world, which always gets interesting. And most of us have 2 or 3 characters just because of if we all fall on the same timeline. It's like, well, this character's in that in so and so session. They aren't available
that's
yet.
very Gygaxian of you guys.
Oh, it is. It's
Yeah.
but you know what is it's created a lot less stress and we've really enjoyed it. But we've also, like I said, I think right now they're up to 20 dead characters. Over a year. But it's also interesting watching it. We really gelled as a team on how we start doing stuff. And so when someone dies, like, oh crap, it.
I'm sorry about the noise, folks, but it's been
No-
hotter
nobody can-
inside my
don't worry
house than
about
it
it.
has been all week. What do you want?
So it's just wants to be petted. You've been ignoring him.
Fuck, it's 12:30.
Yeah, but no, I mean those are just things that I'm saying I've been noticing when I've been playing because I've been playing in your game. I've been, I did play in Bo's game. I've been playing, I played in a Traveler, not a Traveler. I played in a Numenera game. I did notice certain things in there, and part of it just comes down to is I don't want 4 continuous sessions where I don't have a break, a character break in it. Whether you go up levels or not, it's sometimes like, all right, well, what are you gonna do? Well, let's go read this. Let's go do that one. No, like, oh, okay. The part of it is like, let me go learn who the world is and who's out there. And do I really care? That's the part with being a good character is you're supposed to care about certain ones, but it's kind of hard to feel like you care about them when they're just like NPC A, NPC B. Now you've been doing it with like Bobby and stuff like that, which is fine. But I would like to know more NPCs in the world for like home base. I know you're trying to make the city, the ship a home base, but I'm trying to say is, okay, guess what? We saved the home base. Congratulations. Give us the some of the dead time for it. Which, like I said, is this last
We had
season worked out really well
food
for it.
talk earlier.
What's that? Yes. But no, I mean, but the last session felt like the way it should be. Guess what? You escaped. You made it out. Congratulations. You guys get time to relax. And then you're like, well, you're just going to get 2 weeks. And my view is, guess what, guys? You're going to get a month and a half off. What do you want to do in that month and a half?
Did I say 2 weeks?
Yeah, you said 2. You can give us like 2 weeks. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying, guys, it'll be 2 months. What are you going to do those next 2 months? Are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? What do you want to like? Oh, okay. And then you can do a couple of random rolls and say, well, guess what? You got in. You're going to get into a bar fight. Describe what happened there. And players can, do some of the verbal stuff as long as they know the
I
limitations.
can't picture a bar fight on the ship, but
I
possible.
I could.
You know.
Yeah.
You know what he means. Though,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, you could have it's like, well, what has your character been doing for the last 3 weeks? Well, he was in the brig for fighting in the in the galley for this time. Oh, okay. All right, get a little bit of characters in there, and
yeah, Raven. Why were you fighting in the galley?
Because someone stole the cake that I stole from you.
That's right. See, exactly.
Yeah.
Those are. But
there are consequences for you stealing that cake.
I left you a gold piece.
It doesn't matter.
That you know how many cakes you can buy with a gold piece?
It doesn't fucking matter.
It wasn't even a full
Exactly.
cake. It was only a couple pieces. Damn.
Do you know the consequences of stealing?
I wasn't stealing. I was borrowing.
No.
And I gave you something in trade for it.
You can't possibly return it in the same condition.
Yeah.
Well, no, I can't do that. But
Hey,
I left him something more than fair.
Compelled purchase is still theft. I will keep the gold piece.
No, it isn't that because I told you I was going to do it. I told you ahead of time, and you didn't seem to have
You
any
did not tell my
objection.
character, and you did not get permission. You told me, the player, not my character. And guess what? You are going to feel the consequences because I already told Shadow what's going to happen to you.
I was even nice and let you borrow my ring of invisibility.
I never wanted that thing.
Fuck you, then fine. See if I loan you my ring again.
Well, but see, it's little interactions like that are fun for the game as well. When it's not combat related, it's like, oh, well, what did you do during this time?
That was role playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of those things. Well, what did Raven find out? Well, she found out that her character Cece is her pillow has been replaced by a sack, or something,
of bricks, of wood planks,
you know,
or better yet, Armstrong's caltrops.
No. It's been replaced.
Which I borrowed from him by asking and getting consent.
He requires a consent form at least, in triplet.
In triplet, no, in quadruple it.
Oh, okay.
But no, I mean, but those are some of the things that go into it.
And all the appropriate colors: canary yellow, school bus yellow,
pink, light blue,
pinky yellow. I don't know.
You know what? On your report card, instead of getting gold stars, there's a little sad face.
No gold stars for you. Yeah, Owen did that to us a couple of games ago, where it was freaking filling out paper. We literally spent like most of the game filling out paperwork and rolling to see if we filled out the paperwork properly and having to go back.
Was that in Bo's game? That was. I mean, look. That's where the hand wavium comes in.
No. That's fucking hilarious.
It's not.
I wouldn't even like make them roll. I wouldn't make the players roll on it. I would fucking make up some fake ass sheets that you need to actually fill in.
I would have felt better if that was true. I would have felt better if he'd given us sheets. To be fair, I would have felt better about that. But again, that's where that's one of the reasons I like with the Conan role playing game is it says, okay, between adventures you roll on the carousing table, and it has kind of a storyline in there. About
Wretched Red Room, they do that in all their games as well. They've got
even 5e does it. No one uses it, but it's in 5e in the Dungeon Master's Guide. The Dungeon Master's Guide for 5e is like the gold that no one ever reads. And then they're like, I wish this was in the game. Like, did you not read the Dungeon Master's Guide?
It's Wizards of the Coast. It's
No, it's not Wizards of the Coast. It's the players. Wizards of the Coast has it in the book.
That's what I mean. No, I mean, it's
the mentality is inculcated.
It's Wizards of the Coast book, so I'll never read it.
Well, no. I mean, I've read it.
Although I am actually reading a Wizards of the Coast book, the Gamma World 5th edition, which is based on I think 3.5. But it's so long ago that it's almost like it's a completely different company. If that makes any sense.
Well, again, the DMG was from 2014. So this was before all the silliness was starting, to take prevalence. And the DMG is not the best laid out book, but for 5th edition. But a lot of these things that people are saying that they want is literally in the Dungeon Master's Guide. They just never read it. That's what gets me about it. They never read the book. That's the problem.
To their credit, they're lucky if most of them can read. Just saying.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
But no, I'm just.
This is an old person cookie.
Most of the people will read the magic items and ignore all of the other great stuff that they say. Like they tell you how to do a horror game. If you want a grittier game, if you want to do long rest and short rest, and I have they've got all these optional rules in the back of the book, and no one reads it. And I had a friend of mine. The other problem is the players.
The original DMG was like that as well. There's all kinds of gold in there, and it was the first of its kind. So when I hear people, bag on it in any way, shape, or form, I'm like, have you actually read it? Did you read it back in the day when that's all there was? It was great. Well, everybody's been able to build upon its genius, and completeness for what it was at the time. Anybody can stand on the shoulders of that giant and do better.
Well, here's the thing. If you actually read it, it tells you it tells you the game design. It literally tells you if you read the Dungeon Master
forms.
if you read
Oh,
the Dungeon Master's Guide, the first edition,
not every
it
session.
tells
It'd just be a joke for one.
it tells you exactly the game design and why he was doing it and the things to be aware of. Now, a lot of us ignored that, to be fair, as kids, but
or couldn't understand it, or just glossed over it and went and read that part once and remembered that they didn't need to read it again.
well, a lot of it is that people really didn't read it to understand it. It was like that doesn't apply to it doesn't really apply rules, but it was explaining the logic behind the rules.
Speaking of reading, Raven,
yeah.
have you read the Player's Handbook yet?
Just skipped around in it. I haven't read it cover to cover. No.
Ah.
Well,
don't need to
I
do
got
that.
you one experience level immediately.
I mean, yes, I have. Yes, I mean, yes.
You can dock me 4 experience levels because
I
I'm
didn't
never
hear you
reading that
correctly.
fucking thing.
Yes, I've read it.
but I mean, I do laugh as much as I talk about going up in levels. Is if you look at my BX characters, I think that I've played a lot more sessions with them, and they never went up a level. So it's not just leveling. It's just it's some of it is just allowing, like Justin saying, allowing
You do
your world.
sound like a stat whore, though. Most of the time you play,
yeah.
you sound like you gotta stop being a stat whore. That's not playing a role playing game.
Well, it's a game, and if you're gonna put stats in it, I'm gonna figure out how to do that. I know how to maximize crap, and that's why I usually tell you to give me a pre-generated character instead of having me roll it.
Well, this is after you lose your first character, I'll just insert a new one for you.
I mean, actually, and to be,
I was like, no, don't do that. No. I will insert a character for you, and from here on in, you're playing characters based on the Morkborg rules, so there are no fucking levels to go up.
Well, no. What I was referring to is like, and nothing against Raven, but Raven being relatively new should have just gotten a pre-gen to save her a lot of stress and things, including spells. Because I know that Raven, you felt overwhelmed when you first came in, right?
Well, everybody did back.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but that's part of the turnoff of what happened with D&D for many people is they feel so overwhelmed up to the point that I remember Raven's like, I'm not going to play tonight, and we're like, no, just relax on this. And that's
she's doing fine. She's doing fine, folks.
I'm not saying that she isn't, but we're saying at the beginning when you get new characters or new players, you can't.
Yeah, the only mistake was trying to run 2 at once.
It's not just 2 at once. Is she was doing? I'm just saying at the very beginning, you gave too many spells instead of saying, "Here are your spells, Raven. Here's this."
I don't think I gave her too many spells at all. If anything, too few.
No, the problem was that you told her to just read the rules and pick, and she wasn't sure of what's out there. That's what
you said. You said to us 6 months ago now, Raven. You said that in the session.
Yeah.
If you.
We're not.
Because all of you guys are
you.
experienced, and I didn't want to hold things up, and I felt like I was taking too much time trying to figure out what to do.
Well, I'm saying for Shadow, if you get new players in, is give them a much smaller area. And as they learn the rules, they can go expand out from there.
First thing you do is don't play a shitty game.
Okay.
Which D&D is.
Yeah,
you can keep saying that, but it doesn't change the fact.
Well, I mean, this is why I joke about with BX. Is BX had 4 more years over AD&D as far as refinements,
and it's still a shitty game.
No, it's a great game for what it is. It's great for what it is.
So, Raven, there are many versions of Dungeons and Dragons, as you know.
Yeah,
and BX is one of the subversions of the game. That is, it stands for.
So there was the basic. It was the basic set, which was first through 3rd level, and then once you went past the 3rd level, then they went into expert. And what they did, when you look at the rules, as much we do with this, it was a lot simpler to get into and read. Instead of trying to read a 128-page book for the player's handbook, it was like 30 pages for the players.
Okay.
And there was 30
as much as possible.
But there's nothing wrong with it. It was simplified up to the point of.
There's a difference between simplification and dumbing down.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. There was a lot of extraneous things removed from it because they were either poorly written, poorly executed, or not needed ever.
You know,
Like-
and you know, I think that the problem is that when you look at it, it's the what do I want to call it? The illusion of choice in certain cases, which is the problem I had with AD&D in many cases. This is why I was trying to fight myself from doing it. Is it really does encourage a lot as much min-max as possible to get those specialty characters like rangers and paladins and stuff like that.
Yeah.
EX
And-
didn't encourage that for the most part. It was like, oh, if you want to play bench,
they didn't have them.
boom, here you go. Well, that's my point. You don't need them at all.
Oh, come on now. Everybody loves a paladin.
You don't need it at all. You can just say, I'm a fighter that worships such and such god. That's all you need.
It's more than that. It's the turn undead, that lay on hands.
You're trying to equate powers to actually just saying, you know, what do you want to be for certain things? You don't need it. Like, the point.
That's the difference between saying I can climb a ladder and I'm a firefighter. Like, you know.
Well, the paladin's always the good guy, though. I mean, he's always
yes.
There's a whole bunch to
heals.
it. It's not just those simple
but
things.
It's a title, right? It's like you're equating ability with position.
Well, they gave they could have like not put those abilities in, but you'd still be required to play the character a certain way. Those
yes, and you should be playing a disciple of your god who is a fighter the same way, even though you don't have those abilities.
Isn't a paladin always righteous?
Yeah. And Grim's doing a fine job of it. Other than
no. The point is you don't need the powers to make a good character that is a that
no, but you know,
holy
warrior. That's like saying you don't need thieving abilities to be a good thief.
But the problem is that again,
it makes it
because a paladin is a choice in righteousness, not your abilities to do special things.
The abilities that they get are
it's like me complaining, telling you you're not being faithful when you want to know what heaven's like. It's like the same thing. You should be a good paladin even without the ability to turn on dead.
Well, no. See, here's
those abilities that they get are microscopic.
It doesn't matter.
Well, no. Here's what I'm saying.
They do add a little extra. You know
it's a hybrid character is what it's coming down to, and you don't need. And you know, again, we've talked with the Geek for a lot of stuff, talking about a lot of the old stuff. The point being is that you want niche protection, which some of it has, but the other point is that you invalidate the fighter in many cases. A ranger and paladin are invalidated by fighters. Invalidate fighters. I
don't think so, because a paladin has to behave a certain way. Any other fighter can do whatever the hell he wants and do a lot more in the way of, you know, a paladin would never ever dream of putting on studded leather. Okay, because it's beneath them. Okay, what kind of weapons they?
So they're vain. Like that's a vanity. That goes against.
It absolutely is. But knights are the same way. When James was talking about in Baptism of Fire, characters of a certain station would never even search the bodies, you know, because they're above that. You know what I mean? Whereas every other character in every other game, that's the body isn't even cold before they're freaking, you know, maybe not even hit the ground before they're searching the bodies. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And the difference between a ranger and a regular fighter, there are a lot of differences, and not every fighter wants to be a tracker and a woodsman. There's a whole lot of different things that a regular straight fighter can do, but a ranger is very niche, as is a paladin, as is, you know, some of the other things that
they invalidate him. When you put him in the party, the fighter immediately becomes a second class character.
I don't think so. I could easily. I mean, the paladin in a lot of the way a lot of people play him is going to try and insert himself as the leader, etc. But you know,
my point is, you don't. If you just left it as a fighter, if you want to be a role, you know, a holy man that, you know, or religious fanatic, you can do so.
You don't have to have all those special abilities for turning undead and stuff. And then the same thing happens with
which
the
are
ranger. You
very
don't. Yeah. What do you?
So
the turn on dead ability is 2 levels below a cleric.
does it
The
matter?
the
Doesn't-
lay hands is a whopping 2 points per level once a day. Whereas a regular fighter, can choose to be an archer, can choose to be a different kind of fighter.
A paladin can pick to be an archer.
very
A paladin can be an archer. There's no limitations for those weapons unless you're starting to. I mean, they have the same stuff if you start looking at it. The ranger starts doing more damage against
I
most
have
of the
never
monsters.
ever seen a paladin with a longbow or a crossbow.
So
I suppose
that's
it's
the
technically
choice of the
possible.
players. That
I
you
suppose
come
it's
across.
technically possible, but I've never seen it done. They
Okay.
tend to be more of a Sir Lancelot.
I've never seen a skyscraper made pink, but it doesn't mean it's impossible.
Come to California.
But again, these are choices that the players are making rather than giving a mechanical advantage one way or the other. That's what I'm referring to.
And don't forget the paladin. I've watched in games where the rest of the party is advanced so far ahead in levels because the paladin's XP requirement is vastly greater, which slows them down. So sure, the paladin may get a couple of extra things, but because of the cost to get there, they it's very hard for them to be very
They're
good.
one level behind. They're what at most those are one level behind. I mean that's I've been looking at the experience points. Yes, it matters a lot more when you're first through third level, but once you get by it, it's not maybe. Go look at the experience points of ninth versus ninth level.
It's weird because I was in a game recently where every character was 2 levels higher, and the paladin had actually received a free level from a deck of many things.
What was the experience points for experience points to experience point? Look,
Mind you, some of those characters were things like druids and thieves, who are.
Well, a thief is on average going to be one level higher than the average part of the party.
The druids are also go pretty fast too.
And so it's actually a cleric. Clerics fly up levels equivalently. But it's like okay. But if you look at
this is why D&D sucks, everybody.
It's not that D&D sucks for that. That's why it's.
This is why all versions, without exception, always D&D sucks. This conversation has gone on way too fucking long about stupid shit.
You mean mechanics? But
like I said, stupid shit.
Well, we're talking about a game. You don't need rules if you're doing role playing.
You don't have this many fucking arguments over Monopoly. And that's a fucking game.
Oh, seriously.
Oh, jeez. But
nobody argues of the merits between the top hat and the thimble. Nobody.
Yes, but they do complain about Park Place versus
free parking. Come on.
Yeah,
don't land on it.
Do you remember
works.
if the
Dean?
Monopoly guy has an eye monocle or not? This is a Mandela effect.
He has a monocle.
I keep thinking he has it, but that may not be true.
Yeah.
Well, and the problem is that they've been coming out with newer editions, and so
I think it was just a couple of editions had, a couple of editions didn't, and nobody's been willing to go out there and scour the countryside for every edition. Considering that most copies probably got thrown in the fireplace after a rousing game.
Hi, Dean Powell. Dean Powell. Am I saying it right? Yeah.
He has the monocle in the editions before the 90s, late 90s.
See, and those are the ones that was the last time I played. I think it was in 1980.
Yeah, and he doesn't have it now.
Because what is a monocle? You ask, half the country.
And they say he never did.
Well, he did. I'm looking.
I've got a Monopoly in my folks' house that's still in the plastic from the 80s. Mm-hmm. It's got the monocle.
Well, Dean, you got here just in time for us to wrap things up. I'm going to close this out at the top of the hour because we've been doing this for almost 5 freaking hours.
But again, what I'm
you
saying
stop having the show run so long.
And this is where Shadow and I argue about things. Is The problem is that players look more at what their.
I run a long show, and it's still 2 hours shorter than this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, those are but that's the thing. It's like there's nothing stopping you from playing a holy warrior, and in fact, by the time that you get the higher ones,
you're
would
missing
be
the most important part.
which is
A paladin is a bona fide holy warrior. You can say, as running a fighter, that I'm a holy warrior, and DM goes, "Hey, good for you. Are you running a paladin?" Nope. Well, then it's all up here. It's not an official. Your God has spoken to you, sort of. Joan of Arc sort of recognized you are special. You were just a fighter who's parading around as a holy warrior, and you may do all the things, but you're not getting the actual hand of your God on your shoulder at all times.
But you want to know something?
Unless
Guess what? All I have to do is the DM and said, by the way, the dream was blah blah blah, and your God told you to do this, and you're seeing this, and boom, you're the bona fide holy warrior.
And that's just
and you could make that a thing that if the player gets like so many
you know what
in a row.
Sure, but the paladin is to show the actual effect that this is a codified actual thing. At first level, I've already been ordained as an official paladin.
But no, I mean, at the end of the day, for that, you don't have to. If you only want to, it's like, well, he gets this. Guess what? You get a ring. Guess what? You get an amulet. Guess what? You get this. You can give them magic items to give them the equivalent of that. There's
or you
no
can
reason
pull out paladins in your game. But
the point, you don't need paladins in the game. You don't need paladins or rangers. You already got to fight.
You don't need magic users either. I've seen 100 games done that way. But when your player comes to you saying, "I want to be a paladin," we all know what he wants.
You hand them the character sheet for a night, and if they prove through the righteous actions of
I've seen many
you let them earn.
I've seen fighters start out as fighters and become paladins. But then there's that guy who's like, you know what? At first level, I already want to be there, and there happens to be a way to go there.
Do you know what? Beckme allows you to do that. And it's called 9th level when you can become the paladin.
Well,
and Beckme, that's the no. I'm saying Beckme. It's not BX. That's not.
I get the two conflated all the time.
Well, I mean,
they're both shit systems.
Well, you're using like short forms and acronyms, which I'm absolutely against you doing at all times. It's evil.
You get.
If you were a paladin and you started using acronyms, I'd have your God turn from you.
And if that's what your group is okay with or wants, but there is an alternative.
Yeah, and the robot gods at the same thing too. Beep beep boop boop.
No, that's your gender.
No.
Let me put it this way: there are literally people out there who, let's say, play BX or whatever, who never played AD&D, and if you told them that in AD&D you could actually start out at first level as a paladin,
I wouldn't want to play with those people because they're petty.
I'm going to bring this much.
They may have wanted to go that route, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's the way it started. They changed it later in the edition you're talking about because they wanted to make it either different or harder. And even AD&D, when they came out with the version in the Unearthed Arcana, made it where you would have to start out as a less than 0 level character and earn the right to get up to first level as being a paladin. You started out as a squire or whatever, and that's another way to go about it. Having to wait all the way to 9th level or whatever, that might be more difficult than some people are prepared to go, because let's face it, along the way, starting out as a fighter and staying in character to become a paladin might be more than some players are capable of doing, but already having the title makes it easier to stay in character and run the holy guy. It's a helpful tool for some folks and an increased challenge rating for others.
Well, again, my whole point on this is it generally invalidates the fighter, which is why I don't like certain classes.
I don't agree at all.
Well, the problem is you're also allowing a lot of it, which is what, like, technically, some of them they generally do. If you look at it, they're vastly superior, but you don't. It's unnecessary. Is the whole point. people go through and like, well, I have to have this. You would have never known if they had never put that in that it was there in the first place. That's part of what
I started in the beginning, so I do.
Well, yes, but you did that. But I'm saying, having played both versions now, because I, as a kid, it was always AD&D. It's always this. But even then, I knew about it. Having played it, I enjoy the BX. Now, admittedly, I enjoy the Advanced Fantasy. But guess what? Generally, in the Advanced Fantasy, most of the character classes are still pretty level. The Paladin is not superior to the Fighter. They aren't. They're equivalent. Because they remove a lot of the because
that sounds like equity and inclusion to me. Just saying.
What's that?
That sounds like equity and inclusion to me. But
what it means is, hey, guess what? If you want to play a certain thing, you're going to play it because you want to play it, not because you get additional powers for it. Which is what I know that the Justin's talking about. It's like, okay, you get different powers, but you're not as good as the fighters in certain cases. And you take some, which is why I like that's, when you're doing this, is there need to be trade-offs in there more than just going, okay, if I was going to play a lawful good fighter anyway, why wouldn't I play it? Oh, well, you can't get the 17 charisma. Really? Is that the only thing that's
well, they have other stat requirements as well that are which are harder to get than a regular fighter.
I didn't say they weren't, but in many cases, is the DM's like, well, if you want to play Paladin, I'll bump you up to the bare minimum or so. I mean, that's what you did, and so that's at that point, it's like, well, why does the fighter get the bare minimum equivalence? For theirs, like, you start looking. I'm not saying that it again, having looked at it, and this is where you get the refinements. The spell list, I think, are superior. I think that there's a lot of stuff that's superior. That said, is BX is playing Dungeons and Dragons on hard mode compared to AD&D. It is.
I don't know.
Well, I'm saying, having played both sides of it, the lethality is higher because you have less hit points.
So Raven, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Well, we were getting actually ready to close it up. Like I said, 5 hours. I think he set you up for that. Before I go, though, I wanted to check with everybody in the book for next week. I sent Raven the link for the Spider God. I'm sure she's going to have a lovely time reading that. Are you going to be there, Omen?
Well, for next week, I think I will.
Pardon?
I think I will for next week. If you're talking
I mean, have you read the book, or do you have access to it?
I'll have to double check on it.
The audio is in the group chat.
Okay. If you have it where I can get it, then
it's in the group chat.
I made the mistake of just going out and buying the book like a dumbass. But it'll be here.
Especially since I put that in there during
I said I'm the dumbass.
I know. I'm
one more book in my collection.
Because guess what I do is
I buy
the physical book, and then I listen to the Audible book without ever opening up the main book. But I like having the physical book just in case. If the world goes to hell, I'll still have my books unless we get a big fire.
But to top dumbassery on top of more dumbassery, I used to own the book and I sold it because I had gotten it in my head that it wasn't official Conan, because it wasn't written by Howard. But most of the stuff we read by Howard wasn't written entirely by him. Other people like, I don't know, L. Sprague de Camp, the same guy who we're about to read, edited it, and God knows what they added. We'll never know. So,
I mean, I'm laughing, but how much of these books have I read, which is almost none, but I've gotten through the Audible almost through these two. So
those are
Conan
Albanais.
Which one? Oh yeah, these are the Elric ones with the huge numbers.
Well, good news. That's what Dark Knight wants to pick as his pick. But we'll see what happens.
That's interesting. Frankenstein D&D. How cool!
Which one is that?
Cool.
Oh, the.
What he means by that, Raven, is not use the actual character Frankenstein, but to make his own monster of a game by taking bits and pieces of other games and putting them together to make a new game.
Oh.
We did do that. We cobbled together BX, AD&D First Edition, and Second Edition, and all threw them at the same thing. To be fair on this, no one really played pure D&D even in back in the day. We picked things
Except
together.
me. That's what you're playing now.
No, we're not. I know we are.
I know.
They're
That's
the
why,
rule.
that's why it's funny.
I know.
Or at least
Old
that's-
now doesn't understand things like humor.
Earth humor. Yeah, I know.
Well,
I'm
I
100% certain when we're not watching and he's at home, he sits in his chair like Mork. Just saying.
Oh, well, that's one of the reasons I remember people talking about with
You played
Gygax
ball?
said this in Dragon magazine. I was like, Gygax was trying to sell stuff when Gygax was getting pissed off. If you don't follow all the rules and you're not playing real D&D and stop calling it D&D, and everyone just went, to him. That's why
I like the pre-cocaine Gygax better myself.
Well, I do too. Oh, and post. Actually, to be honest, I've heard the same thing with post. Post TSR Gygax, where he actually goes back. The problem is you're trying to run a business, and so now it's affecting your bottom line if you tell people certain things, and so you get kind of skewed there. But my friend met Gygax, I think, in one of the Gen Cons. So he said, "God, he was such a dick about you have to play exactly like how he wrote it."
But exactly how he wrote it also had the rule where you don't have to play it exactly as he wrote it at the end of the freaking DMG.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's exactly how he wrote it. So play it that way.
Well, no. But no. He
Which is
literally
what I'm doing.
contradicted himself. He contradicted himself, and I think it was Dragon Magazine 65, where someone quoted it, and I said, "Really? If that was so true, that's not official rules." Dragon Magazine was, optional anyway. I said, "Go read the DMG. If it was really an issue, they could have reprinted the DMG and gone through it." And actually, which David Zeb Cook wrote in the beginning of second edition, he's like, "It's your game. We're going to follow these rules for a tournament, but play it however you want." And I think that people forget about that, when they argue about a lot of these things.
So go out there and play some games this weekend, folks.
What?
Hey.
What, Raven?
I wanted to ask Shadow, did you get everybody a link to Jackie's video?
I did on Discord for the most part. It's doing really well. If you haven't seen it, go check out the Fourth Agenda. It'll bring your mind back to the '60s, or at least what it felt like to do acid in person. But in only 7 short minutes. How
old were you in the '60s? 4, 3.
Did you watch the video? I wrote in the chat, the comments, that I felt like there were spiders under my skin before you even mentioned spiders.
Did you catch it, Omen?
For which part?
Jackie's video?
No, I don't remember seeing it. So
have you seen any of them?
I watched remember I commented to him directly about.
Okay, well, he's on episode 4.
Oh, okay.
And there's some other bonus videos on his channel, and if you follow all the clues, you'll find links to other videos he's made, which is
I'm in episode 4. I got a small voice part.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
it was fun.
Yeah, hopefully he'll incorporate all of us at some point or another. His voice actors and stuff.
He can use quotes from me that he clips out of episodes of things.
Yeah.
And you're going to charge him for royalties, right?
Yes.
You know it. Yep.
1 taco per word.
1 taco per word.
I always
that's actually pretty cheap.
Now.
Well,
you get street
tacos
tacos only. You get street tacos with cilantro and onions.
Yeah, well,
cilantro
for me, I'm definitely allergic.
30-word minimum.
That's what, like $8,000 in California.
Hey, shut up! don't tell him that.
No, that's okay. He'll get them in Mexico when Justin comes to visit. Then he can eat those tacos.
Yeah, and they'll be like 8 months old.
Yeah,
just a slurry. In his...
We were talking about that tree earlier.
Yes, we were. The
Call
taco
back.
tree in heaven.
Call back.
Yes, yep. All right, folks. I gotta use the little Dungeon Master's room. You guys have a great weekend. I will see you guys maybe tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna do another video. another Gamma World Apocalypse, whatever video. I got to do some reading.
I'll be honest, I haven't been watching that much. I guess I should be watching some of those.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Nobody else is watching them either. It's Gamma World. Shit. You know, I know what I'm doing when I do them. People watch them later on down the road. They still the numbers are still growing. Blah blah blah. I don't care. I wanted to talk about Gamma World. I'm almost Gamma World out. I got a couple more to pump out, and then I'm gonna go move on to something else. I don't know, something else nobody will watch. So thanks for not watching. Have a great evening. Love you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow, or maybe not. I don't know. Well, you'll see Jessica tomorrow morning and Raven, provided she can get her squirrels, running the wheels for her laptop over on Justin's show tomorrow morning. And I am going to send the link to Jackie and make sure he comes on and just
now
does his thing.
It's Friday. Are we going to talk about the westerns for
yes, absolutely
20 minutes before we start bringing people in?
I don't see why not. That'll give Raven enough time to put on her makeup and then not show up.
Yeah. Okay. Party on.
Happy trails, everybody.
Brush your teeth over now.